Probamos micros. Sí, hola. Muy bien. A ver, Isabel, Roberto, Marta y Paula. Cuando me dé salida. No. Welcome everyone to this second session on the symposium about towards a legal system in harmony and peace with nature. Today we are opening our second day regarding the role of jurisdictional and quasi-jurisdictional mechanisms in protecting nature. Today's panel is shaping responses to climate change. I'm along with the table with magnificent researchers, but beforehand I would like to congratulate the organizers, Monse and Laura, for this magnificent symposium. At my right, Isabel Hernández San Juan. She's a senior lecturer of administrative law at University Carlos III de Madrid. So the floor is yours, about 8 minutes to deliver.
Thank you very much. Ahora ya voy a pasar directamente, tengo aquí el mío, si quieres.
Bueno, pues
sí. Muchas gracias al moderador y a pesar de la tardanza que he tenido en llegar, que no he estado aquí en punto a las 9, voy a intentar ser breve y agradezco enormemente el poder expresarme hoy aquí en español, porque para mí es muchísimo más fácil y voy a ir más rápido. No obstante, yo no puedo dejar pasar el momento de los agradecimientos, sobre todo en la persona y compañera de la universidad, la profesora Abad, en la magnífica organización de estos 2 días de simposio enorme que hemos tenido y que tuve la suerte de poder seguir ayer a ratos, pero que es de una calidad, yo pienso, bastante elevada. No solo dicho por mí, que soy compañera de ella, sino por otras personas de fuera que han comunicado esto en las distintas redes sociales de ICEL. Así que gracias, Monse, y gracias a todos los ponentes de ayer, porque me permiten abandonar un poco la cuestión del agradecimiento, pero retomar. Es difícil en 7 minutos o en 8 hablar de la adaptación y de la vulnerabilidad de todas las normas españolas, estatales, autonómicas y locales que hablan sobre estos dos conceptos de adaptación y vulnerabilidad en relación con el cambio climático. Es imposible la tarea, pero la cuestión me exige pasar por encima de algunas cuestiones importantes y también decir en relación con esto que queda un campo de actuación enorme para futuros investigadores y toda la juventud que estamos en relación con ellos todos los días en las aulas para continuar en esta investigación. Hace nada, 2 días, finalizado la COP28 y la importancia de los términos jurídicos o de los conceptos o de las categorías es importantísimo. Se ha hablado o se está empezando a hablar del significado posible de Transition Away como un paso primero en un largo camino que queda por delante para el abandono de los combustibles fósiles y que en un principio se creía imposible llegar a esta frase o esta expresión en esta última COP28. Y lo digo porque, no porque tenga que ver con el cambio climático, sino porque ayer también salió a relucir en el panel primero moderado por el profesor Moreno Molina, compañero también mío de área y de universidad, sobre, él moderaba la mesa, pero en relación a un profesor de filosofía, también un investigador postdoctoral, la importancia de prevención, precaución, la distinción, que hay cantidad de jurisprudencia de tribunales europeos, internacionales y nacionales, en nuestro país también, que siguen en la reflexión o en el estudio, en la exégesis de toda esta precaución o prevención y que no solamente era cuestión de identificar 3 cuestiones como amenaza o la distinción con un riesgo o la distinción con un peligro real. Yo añadiría también la incertidumbre científica, que es a la que se enfrenta realmente toda la cuestión del cambio climático. Por eso la importancia de los términos y por eso también la importancia de comprender en las normas nacionales, españolas, locales, autonómicas, en todas, qué significa para el derecho la vulnerabilidad. Ayer también se habló aquí, en otro importante panel, sobre los refugiados o no, las personas que tienen que obligatoriamente o son expulsadas directamente por las consecuencias o efectos perversos del cambio climático, sobre todo las personas que habitan islas o territorios difíciles de salvar estos graves efectos del cambio climático. Sin embargo, en nuestras normas de cambio climático españolas, tanto la Ley Nacional de Cambio Climático de 2021 como unas autonómicas previas antes de la existencia de la Ley Nacional, como fueron Cataluña, Andalucía y creo que Baleares, no recuerdo bien, y las posteriores, Aragón, Valencia, Canarias, es decir, no va a dar tiempo a todas las 17 comunidades autónomas, no tienen todavía leyes autonómicas de cambio climático, pero están en camino de eso. Digo que todas ellas adoptaron un término y lo hicieron suyo de vulnerabilidad, relacionado con distintas cuestiones. Sin embargo, en el discurso de los derechos y desde un punto de vista de la filosofía del derecho, sin ser filósofa y no querer profundizar, pero sí hay una oportunidad, o hubo la semana pasada también en otro campus de esta universidad, de escuchar las reflexiones de los profesores de filosofía del derecho sobre la vulnerabilidad en relación con la discapacidad, que es, digamos, un campo también muy importante donde, o si no, la Convención de los Derechos de las Personas Discapacitadas así alude a este término, donde más estudiado está, donde más ha reflexionado, distinguiéndose en lo que es una situación de vulnerabilidad o una condición de vulnerabilidad. En los dos casos, condición de ser vulnerable, una situación de vulnerabilidad, ellos, en resumidas palabras, porque es imposible que yo, que no soy de filosofía del derecho, intente razonar esto, pero sería importante para las normas también de la legislación administrativa que contemplaran estas perspectivas de situación y condición, siendo las dos, como digo, para ellos y para el mundo del derecho en general, la protección de las personas más débiles o más vulnerables necesitan ser determinadas, digamos, en qué situación o en qué condición de esa vulnerabilidad se encuentran para poder, sobre todo, acceder a la justicia en sus situaciones o circunstancias que la discapacidad le provoque en cada uno de los sectores de su actividad, ¿no? Sí, entonces ya solo me queda un minuto, con lo cual es bastante difícil. Tenemos una ley española que es la del 2021 y que tiene un artículo 17 excepcional sobre todo un tratado. Ha hablado el profesor Moreno Molina en su última gran obra de Derecho de Cambio Climático. Es casi un monográfico, el 17 de la Ley de Cambio Climático, sobre lo que es la adaptación al cambio climático y como cualquier profesor de Derecho Administrativo que esté aquí, sabe que la planificación es una actividad o un tipo de actividad de la administración pública clásica, que ahora mismo la doctrina modernamente está volviendo a razonar sobre ella, sobre todo las cascadas de efectos de planes sectoriales, cómo interrelacionan con esta nueva planificación climática. Todo esto está por desarrollar, por estudiar, pero, insisto, en esta legislación básica estatal de cambio climático 2021 se establece este concepto de adaptación. Es un artículo largo, pero diferencia entre qué son las medidas de adaptación. La ley misma se predica a este 17 como que son las bases de toda la legislación estatal para el cambio climático, pero, como ya he mencionado y he dicho, hay legislación autonómica que hace suya, en sus términos territoriales, puede estar en un estado compuesto de lo que significa en cada territorio la adaptación. Muchísimas gracias.
Muchas gracias, profesora Hernández. Vamos a dar paso a nuestro siguiente ponente, el profesor Roberto Bustillo, profesor también de Derecho Administrativo de la Universidad de Vigo. Vamos a ver si aquí ya deberías tener control sobre la... Supuestamente eso lo hacen desde allí. el micro ahí.
Good morning, everyone. Today I am other exotic element because I also will speak Spanish. Dispongo, a partir de ahora, si el moderador me lo permite, de 8 minutos para conseguir un objetivo, y es que dentro de 8 minutos, al menos algunos de ustedes tengan una visión y una sensibilidad distinta respecto del paisaje. Y el lugar del que quiero partir para llegarles por este itinerario es este. Es la voz paisaje en el diccionario de la Real Academia Española. Según el diccionario, paisaje es la parte de un territorio que puede ser observada desde un determinado lugar. Eso recoge lo que en la conciencia colectiva, tradicionalmente, popularmente, es paisaje. Subimos a un lugar elevado y ¿qué es paisaje? Lo que vemos, lo que nos entra por los ojos. Sin embargo, en España, desde el año 2008, que es el momento en el que entra en vigor el convenio del Consejo de Europa sobre el paisaje, en Florencia, del año 2000, paisaje es un concepto jurídico técnico. Paisaje, en términos jurídicos, es lo que diga el convenio, que puede coincidir o no con lo que dice la RAE. Vamos a verlo. De acuerdo con el artículo 1A del convenio, por paisaje se entenderá cualquier parte del territorio tal y como la percibe la población. El concepto de paisaje en el Convenio de Florencia es revolucionario, es un concepto integral, es un concepto dinámico y en lo que ahora nos interesa es un concepto multisensorial. Los seres humanos somos animales multisensoriales, nos relacionamos con el medio a través de los sentidos. Nosotros no solo observamos el territorio, como dice la RAE, nosotros percibimos el territorio. Si yo voy a la Costa da Morte, en Galicia, que es el lugar del que vengo, y miro a lo lejos sobre el mar, puedo disfrutar del contraste de azules del mar y del cielo en la línea del horizonte. Y eso es paisaje. Pero el frescor de la brisa atlántica dándome en mi cara, eso también es paisaje. Y el canto de las gaviotas y de los charranes también es paisaje. Y el olor a salitre también es paisaje. Y llegados aquí, alguno de los presentes podrá pensar, los charranes, el salitre, al ponente se le ha ido la mano. No se me ha ido la mano, es más, me he quedado corto. Porque si ustedes ven una recomendación del año 2008 del Comité de Ministros o los Estados miembros sobre cómo hay que interpretar el convenio, en esa recomendación se dice, parágrafo 1.2, que el paisaje hace referencia a la percepción sensorial, visual, auditiva, olfativa, táctil, hasta ahí había llegado yo, y aunque no sale en la pantalla, incluso gustativa y emocional. Gustativa. ¿Se puede paladear un paisaje? Pues me costó encontrar algún ejemplo, pero les aseguro que sí. Les voy a poner un ejemplo. Piensen en un paisaje interior con lámina de agua, como puede ser los lagos de Covadonga, en el Principado de Asturias. Y ahora piensen en otro paisaje interior con lámina de agua muy distinto y muy distante, como puede ser el Mar Muerto en Palestina. ¿Aprecian alguna diferencia entre lagos de Covadonga, Mar Muerto, que se puede apreciar con el gusto? Efectivamente, agua dulce, agua salada. Y ustedes dirán, bueno, sí, muy bonito, agua dulce, agua salada. ¿Y qué? ¿Qué consecuencia jurídica se deriva de eso? Porque si no hay consecuencias jurídicas, es muy bonito y muy interesante, pero no sirve para mucho. Pues sí, sí sirve. Y les voy a poner un ejemplo de para qué sirve. Miren, uno de los problemas a nivel internacional que tenemos hoy en día en términos medioambientales es la sobreexplotación de los acuíferos. Uno de los problemas que deriva de la sobreexplotación de los acuíferos es la escasez del recurso. Y otro problema, no menos grave, es la degradación del recurso. Los acuíferos sobreexplotados tienden a salinizarse. Pues bien, en derecho español, ¿qué herramientas jurídicas tenemos para proteger un acuífero de la sobreexplotación? Pues muchas. Tenemos herramientas en el dominio público hidráulico, tenemos herramientas en protección de espacios naturales, tenemos herramientas en protección de la biodiversidad y, gracias a la multisensorialidad del paisaje, también podemos utilizar el paisaje como una herramienta complementaria para proteger masas de agua de la degradación. Y aquí tenemos entonces ya una primera posibilidad de defensa cruzada de bienes y de intereses, ¿no? Utilización del paisaje para proteger de la degradación masas de agua y utilización de la normativa que protege la calidad de las masas de agua para proteger el paisaje. Hay muchas otras consecuencias que se derivan de esta multisensorialidad. Por ejemplo, artículo 45 de la Constitución española. Todos tienen derecho a disfrutar de un medio ambiente adecuado. Como todos ustedes saben, jurisprudencia del Tribunal Constitucional, esto no se articula según la técnica de los derechos subjetivos, es solo un principio rector. Pero todos tienen derecho a disfrutar de un medio ambiente adecuado. Y hay varias sentencias del Tribunal Constitucional, ahí les cito dos, que reconocen que el paisaje forma parte del medio ambiente. ¿Vale? Pues si el paisaje forma parte del medio ambiente, yo puedo leer en el artículo 45, todos tienen derecho a disfrutar de un paisaje adecuado. Y cuando digo todos, sin exclusión, todos. También tienen derecho a disfrutar de un paisaje adecuado quienes van a Costa da Morte y cuando miran a lo lejos no pueden disfrutar del contraste de azules porque no pueden ver. Pero aunque no puedan ver, también tienen derecho a disfrutar del paisaje, porque pueden disfrutar del sonido de las olas rompiendo sobre las rocas, porque pueden disfrutar de la caricia de la arena cuando caminan descalzos por la playa. Eso quiere decir que todos, incluso las personas que no tienen capacidades visuales, tienen derecho y están legitimados para activar mecanismos administrativos y judiciales de protección del paisaje. Y, ya para terminar, una última referencia a la multisensorialidad en esa sentencia clásica, a mí me gusta siempre comentarla, del Tribunal Supremo de 15 de octubre del año 2010. Contado de una forma muy resumida, porque ya estoy casi fuera de tiempo, esto era un conflicto entre, por un lado, una empresa minera, Cuarzos S.A., y, por otro lado, los vecinos de un municipio, Palas de Rey, un municipio del interior de Galicia. Cuarzos S.A. tenía una concesión minera que le permitía explotar 300 hectáreas de superficie de este municipio. De esas 300 hectáreas, 30 eran montes vecinales en mano común. Y los vecinos no querían perder sus montes vecinales en mano común. Sintetizando en menos de un minuto, los vecinos activan contra esta concesión argumentos de carácter socioeconómico, fracasan. Activan contra esta concesión argumentos de carácter medioambiental, fracasan. Y activan contra esta concesión un argumento cultural. Por esos montes no atravesaba el Camino de Santiago, pero sí estaba en el entorno protegido por el Camino de Santiago. Los vecinos alegan el impacto visual y auditivo que la actividad minera podía desempeñar, activar sobre el entorno. Y con este argumento se le da la razón en vía administrativa en el Tribunal Superior de Justicia y en el Tribunal Supremo y paralizan la explotación minera. ¿Los vecinos querían salvar el Camino de Santiago? Pues sí, seguramente también, pero lo que querían por encima de todo era salvar sus montes vecinales. Y con este concepto, pues lo consiguieron. Y eso era todo lo que hoy les quería decir. Muchas gracias por su atención.
Thank you very much, Professor Bustillo. You stick to the time perfectly, and a very, very interesting speech. We move back to international law with our next presenter, Doctora Marta Sobrido. She's Associate Professor of Public International Law at Universidad de La Coruña, and she's going to deliver about Spanish courts and environmental crimes in Antarctica. So, the floor is yours, 8 minutes.
Thank you. Well, First of all, I want to thank the project coordinators, Professor Abad, Al-Qaide, Carballo, for this opportunity for academic exchange. I'm going to structure my intervention into 6 ideas. First idea, the legal regime of Antarctica is exceptional. Antarctica is a region and as such includes land, sea and air. Its delimitation is a parallel. Antarctica is located south of 60 degrees south latitude. We know that in general, the existence of marine waters and airspace beyond national jurisdiction is not exceptional, but land beyond national jurisdiction is indeed exceptional. Apart from Antarctica, there is only one other case, the seabed, soil and subsoil. but the seabed is the common heritage of humanity. This is established in UNCLOS. Antarctica is not a common heritage of humanity. Antarctica is a space subject to sovereignty claims by several states, minimum 7, and in the 1950s, these states and others, 12 in total, adopted an international treaty, the Antarctic Treaty. The treaty does not cancel the claims, it freezes them. And since the entry into force of the Antarctic Treaty, nothing can be considered as a basis to strengthen, establish, or weaken any claim. And this limitation affects any contracting party of the Antarctic Treaty, currently 56 states. Second idea, the legal regime of Antarctic waters is also exceptional. In general, the starting point to establish the different marine spaces is the coast, the baselines. From there, different marine spaces follow one another. In the first areas, the coastal states have sovereignty or jurisdiction: internal waters, territorial sea, exclusive economic zone, continental shelf, and beyond these spaces, they no longer have jurisdiction, the high seas and seabed. The exact delimitation of marine spaces subject to sovereignty or jurisdiction depends on the coastal states. But the law of the sea establishes a maximum distance for each of these spaces. For example, 200 miles for the exclusive economic zone. In Antarctica, the freezing of territorial claims refers to terrestrial space, but inevitably it also affects the marine spaces that could be established from that land. For example, Antarctic marine waters up to a maximum distance of 200 miles from the coast of the Antarctic continent are not exclusive economic zone of any state, but are they regular high seas? Third idea, a limited number of states, currently 29, have assumed management of Antarctica. Antarctica is unpopulated. The purpose of freezing the claims was to be able to use it for scientific research. This was the main purpose, but it did not prohibit other activities as long as they were peaceful. Any state can join the Antarctic Treaty, but only states that demonstrate an interest in Antarctica by carrying out important scientific research have a special status. They are consultative parties, and currently 29 states have this status. Being a consultative party implies two things. One, decision-making capacity. The consultative parties have a voice and a vote in the annual meeting where mandatory measures are approved, more exactly, measures that after a national procedure will be mandatory. And second, control capacity. Consultative parties can appoint observers to verify on the ground that the treaty and mandatory measures are complied with. In the 90s, the states completed the Antarctic Treaty with a protocol on environmental protection, also known as the Madrid Protocol. States undertake to adopt appropriate measures. It literally provides that each party shall take appropriate measures within its competence, including the adoption of laws and regulations, administrative actions, and enforcement measures to ensure compliance with this protocol. Fourth idea, environmental management of Antarctic waters is decided in two frameworks. In addition to the Antarctic Treaty, since the 1980s, there has been a specific treaty for the conservation of Antarctic marine resources, known as the CAMELAR Convention. This treaty has a commission which adopts binding measures, and the members of the commission can appoint inspectors. Thus, the members of the commission have both decision-making capacity and control capacity. Membership of the Commission is only open to contracting parties engaged in research or collection activities relating to Antarctic marine life. Currently, 37 states are parties to the Convention, and 27 of them are members of the Commission. Fifth idea, Spain has voluntarily assumed an environmental commitment in relation to Antarctica. Spain has been a state party to the Antarctic Treaty since 1982, and it became a consultative party 6 years later. Spain has been a state party to the Cameron Convention since 1984, and it became a member of the Cameron Commission 3 years later. Sixth and final idea. As regards the criminal jurisdiction, Spain does not take this commitment into account. Spanish judicial law affirms the competence of national courts in crimes committed by Spaniards outside the national territory in a series of cases. Regarding spaces beyond national jurisdiction, Spanish criminal jurisdiction is recognized in 2 cases. One for specific crimes, none of them referring to Antarctica, and 2 when international law imposes criminal prosecution. But this does not apply in relation to Antarctica. In the Antarctic Treaty System, Antarctic Treaty and Cameron Convention, certain actions are forbidden, but states are not required to criminally prosecute infractions. They can choose criminal or administrative sanctions. Can Spanish judges do anything to affirm their criminal jurisdiction in relation to Antarctica? Maybe not with this regulation, but at least they could point out this problem. But so far, they have not done so. Years ago, in 2016, the Spanish Supreme Court had to rule on a matter of illegal fishing in Antarctic waters. There was also a dimension of European Union law, but I won't go into that now. The illegal fishing happened less than 200 miles from Antarctic land, probably around 70 miles. The Supreme Court considered these waters to be regular high seas. So, final conclusion, for the moment, it seems that a large part of the ecological infractions that Spain prosecutes criminally when they take place in Spanish territory will not be criminally prosecuted by Spain if they take place in Antarctica, even if they are committed by Spaniards. I believe that Spain's environmental commitment in relation to Antarctica should include a principle of equivalence. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Doctora Sobrido, for sticking to your time. And our last speaker, she's a pre-doctoral student from University of Vigo. Please welcome Paula Gamayo, and your 8 minutes starts now.
Good morning. First of all, many thanks to the organization, especially Professor Carballo, Professor Abad, for their work and for this invitation, because it's a quite pleasure to share panel with these experts. So, the efficient planning and management of urban areas have become crucial to guarantee not only the well-known concept of sustainable development, but also the well-being of their inhabitants. Psychosocial health, an often underestimated but fundamental aspect of overall health, is strongly influenced by the design and organization of our cities. The relevance of healthy and sustainable urban environments in promoting well-being is one of the goals of a 2030 agenda. In particular, the European Union's urban strategy focuses on improving the quality of life in cities and fostering social cohesion. Article 43 of Spanish Constitution recognizes the right to health protection and establishes the responsibility of public authorities to guarantee conditions conducive to this enjoyment. In this sense, in Spain, the regulation concerning the planning of the urban environment, as well as the planning through tools such as the strategic environmental assessment and environmental impact assessment, is fundamentally the responsibility of the autonomous communities and advocates. But are we really making appropriate and adequate use of tools insofar as we are talking about urban planning and it is direct cohesion with psychosocial health? The answer is no. Spanish and community urban regulation do not provide the basis that must be taken into account when approving urban plans along these lines. One example of that is that the High Court of Basque Country in ruling 43/2018 ruled on the modification of the spatial plan for the rehabilitation of the Old Town of Bilbao. The request of the City Council was based on the adequate protection of the spaces within the area that are classified as unique, as well as the need to adopt measures to protect the environment, the urban environment, public safety, and health, making it clear that with this modification there is no impact or limitation on the number of establishments or supply. But rather, the only aim of the appellate regulation was to safeguard the environment of the historic town. These petitions takes into account the judgment of the Court of Justice of the European Union, first one 2010, in which the discuss was the adequacy with community law of the minimum distances established between pharmacy in the autonomous community of Asturias. However, the court determined that the object of this judgment could not be transferred to this case, precisely because of the right to health was involved. Indeed, this is a clear example of how far countries' jurisprudence is still far from taking into account the right to health as a basic element of urban planning. So several factors affect the efficiency and cohesion of urban ecosystem, and it is an impact on the psychosocial health of their inhabitants. These include urban densifications, access to green space, sustainable mobility, air quality, and housing. So it is clear that there are challenges and we must fight back with regulation. To address this challenge, it's essential to adopt innovative and holistic solutions in urban planning. Integrating smart technologies into urban management can improve mobility, reduce pollution, and optimize the use of resources. In this context, is worth supporting this argument with scientific studies exploring the relationship between the urban environment and health. One of the most cited in this file is the work of Richard J. Johansson and Stacy Sinclair, entitled Design Healthy Communities, Lesson from the File. This study addresses the influence of the built environment on health and offers recommendations for design communities that promote healthy lifestyles. Several countries have implemented the concrete measures to improve the relationship between the urban environment and health. Here are some quickly examples: sustainable transport and cycle paths in Netherlands, the Supermanzana in Spain, specifically in Barcelona, air quality initiatives in China, for example, or promoting healthy homes in Australia. These examples, especially the last one, illustrate the relationship between urban environment and health, adopting measures ranging from promoting active lifestyles to improving environmental quality in cities. In conclusion, to achieve efficiency and cohesion in the urban ecosystem that benefits psychosocial health, is imperative that urban planning is based on an integrated and sustainable vision. Collaboration between government agencies, urban planning experts, and active community participation are the key to this process. Our goal must be build cities that promote the health and the well-being of all their inhabitants. Thank you for your attention. Muchas gracias por vuestra atención.
Thank you, Paula. We've seen today two transversal concepts, landscape, paisaje, vulnerabilidad, and two places, Antarctica and cities and urbanism. I really wonder how they play together. Posiblemente estemos vislumbrando una nueva apertura hacia la incoherencia de nuestros sistemas jurídicos, ¿no? I believe we have time for questions. Is that so? So, anyone?
Si no hay ninguna, yo quería apuntar.
We have one.
Hello, good morning, and thank you for the presentations. Very nice, all of them.
No se oye.
Hello? Yes. Thank you for the presentations, and I would like to do a question. I will do in Spanish because it's for him. Y me gustaría preguntar cómo tiene que encarar el derecho la protección estática a la que el derecho en cierta manera está llamado, o sea, permanente, constante, con la subjetividad del cambio en la percepción según se va modelizando la sociedad o según se van muriendo las personas que tienen esa percepción del paisaje, perdón, máxime cuando muchos paisajes, y precisamente por factores derivados del cambio climático o de los cambios en la biodiversidad, dejan de tener esa relevancia ecológica que podían tener atada a esa percepción como paisaje natural. Su opinión me gustaría, por favor. Gracias.
Muchas gracias. En la comunicación del Comité de Ministros del año 2008 se habla de un concepto muy interesante que en ocasiones, cuando desde el mundo del urbanismo se acerca al paisaje, se pierde esa perspectiva. Existe una creencia bastante difundida y bastante generalizada en el mundo jurídico-administrativo, muy especialmente en el ámbito del urbanismo, que identifica proteger bien con prohibir mucho y que identifica proteger bien con congelar. Bueno, pues esta comunicación del Comité de Ministros explica, y yo creo que de una forma muy acertada, cómo proteger un paisaje no implica hacer fotos fijas, porque el paisaje está vivo. Tanto el paisaje natural como el paisaje urbano, el paisaje está vivo y el paisaje a veces cambia y evoluciona de forma natural. Voy a poner dos ejemplos. Uno, en Santander, mi ciudad de origen, en la entrada de la bahía, durante decenas de miles de años, hubo un arco natural. No era gran cosa, era pequeñito, pero era el arco natural que había en la entrada de la bahía de Santander. Y en torno a él se crearon montones de leyendas. Bueno, pues a principios del siglo XXI, hace apenas unos 15-20 años, una tormenta rompió el arco natural y lo partió en dos. Y hubo, durante algunos años, una cierta polémica sobre qué hacemos. ¿Lo dejamos como está o lo reconstruimos? Al final, yo creo que no por acierto, sino porque reconstruirlo era muy caro, se decidió dejarlo como estaba. Pero esa es, en términos reales, la solución correcta, porque la naturaleza durante decenas de miles de años formó un arco natural, la naturaleza lo eliminó. Lo neutro en términos de paisaje es dejarlo como está. Lo que se debe hacer cuando se conserva un paisaje no es establecer una foto fija, sino tratar de evitar la degradación en la medida en que eso no sea parte de la evolución natural de los hechos. Y el Comité de Ministros también insiste en que es un elemento muy importante a tener en cuenta que has destacado en la pregunta. El paisaje no es solo algo objetivo. El paisaje es un elemento del medio ambiente que tiene un importante componente subjetivo, que es la visión de las personas respecto al paisaje. Habla el Comité de Ministros de la visión emocional de las personas. Pues la visión emocional de las personas a veces cambia. O sea, y un paisaje que puede que para una generación tenga un importante valor cultural, un importante valor emocional, un importante valor espiritual, igual dentro de 40, 50, 60 años ya no lo tiene. O al revés, un paisaje que no tenía lo adquiere. Entonces, los instrumentos que regulan el paisaje deben adaptarse a esa situación. Entonces, si un paisaje pierde esa conexión con la sociedad, ese elemento subjetivo que le daba un plus de protección, pues también desaparece. Entonces, la visión del paisaje no debe ser estática y los instrumentos que regulan el paisaje tampoco pueden ser estáticos y deben estar conectados con la realidad social y, efectivamente, con la evolución y con el cambio, con la evolución y el cambio natural del entorno y la evolución y el cambio antropológico de la sociedad en la que ese paisaje existe. No sé si me responde a tu pregunta. Gracias.
So, yeah, Francisco Sindico, Strathclyde University. My question is for Paula. Thank you very much for the excellent presentation. I don't know a lot about, for example, the healthy houses or homes in Australia, so first would be if you can just share a bit more about that specific experience in Australia. And the other question is, I wonder whether in your research, or even just your personal thoughts about what you're looking at, but in the context of informal settlements, sometimes called slums, in I don't like third world, but in other parts of the world, let's put them like that. And how can those parts benefit from, paisaje or whatever you want to call it, let's say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for your question, your both question. First of one, promoting healthy homes in Australia. Regulations and policies have been adopted to encourage the construction of healthy homes. This involves standards for indoor air quality, design that promotes physical activity, and incorporation green spaces in planned communities in the urban planning. And then your second question, can you develop a little bit, please?
Let's assume you are in Nairobi or somewhere in Rio, I don't know, and you have a lot of people who live in informal settlements, sometimes called slums. How would you call them in Madrid? Barriadas. So how does this, what? Favelas, yeah. So how does law, regulation, how could it help, if it can, maybe the answer is just it can't, how can it help improve the conditions of those who live in informal settlements and favelas, or does it just work for nice planned neighborhoods in Australia?
Okay. The idea that I want to transmit was the naturalizing of the cities, and to establish a relationship with the favelas, for example, is really difficult and ambitious, I think. So, in my opinion, this idea of naturalization of cities can improve the landscape, the degradation landscape also. Why? Because if you concern around the idea of natural city, the environment of all city is improving, no? So. For me, is the idea.
Comentar una cosa más que se me olvidó, Juan, decirte antes para redondear. Yo partía del urbanismo. Prohibir es proteger. Y poco a poco, gracias a la conexión con el medio ambiente y con el desarrollo rural, llegué a la convicción interna que la mejor forma de proteger no es prohibir ultranza, Sobre todo porque cuando prohíbes a ultranza lo que haces es asfixiar a las personas que viven y se ganan la vida en los territorios. La mejor forma de proteger, y lo que pasa es que es difícil, no es proteger a ultranza, sino prohibir y permitir con flexibilidad y criterio. Ahí es donde está la dificultad, en saber prohibir y permitir, para que la gente pueda seguir viviendo y ganándose la vida, y para que la gente no vea el territorio en el que vive como algo hostil que le impide desarrollarse, ¿no? Esa es una forma fantástica de que los montes no se quemen, por ejemplo, si se prohíbe y se permite con flexibilidad y criterio. Eso es muy fácil decirlo, es difícil adoptar las medidas concretas para materializar eso.
Thank you very much to all of our panelists. Before we finish, I believe Professor Hernández wants to make one more remark. Adelante.
Gracias, sí. Porque he llegado tarde y ha sido un poco apresurado y no me ha dado tiempo, pero agradezco mucho la variedad, como has dicho, de todos los paneles y felicito también a la profesora Gamayo por su temática tan innovadora, es decir, la cuestión de la salud psicosocial y todo lo que la planificación administrativa y en concreto la urbanística o de la ordenación del territorio puede hacer para este tipo de situaciones que son las de la vulnerabilidad de gente que no tiene vivienda, es una cuestión súper moderna en el derecho europeo, quiero decir, en tus investigaciones, pero por ejemplo en España ya teníamos una ley, la de la regeneración y rehabilitación urbana, que creo que era anterior a la cuestión de la legislación de cambio climático, que ya intenta proteger esas vulnerabilidades, esas situaciones de debilidad de personas que no tienen hogar, etcétera. Pero la vulnerabilidad en el cambio climático, que me tocaba decir y no he llegado ni siquiera a enumerar, es tan diferente a lo largo de la normativa autonómica nueva, no digo nueva por ser de reciente aprobación como es Aragón 2023 o Canarias y Valencia 2022, que para Aragón, por ejemplo, la vulnerabilidad solo consiste en su legislación, como digo, de 2023, en un artículo 29 que es definir qué es un consumidor vulnerable, y tampoco lo define, sino que remite a otra legislación que es la que habla de quién es un consumidor vulnerable y no puede acceder a pagar la luz. Pero Valencia y Canarias, la vulnerabilidad en sus legislaciones autonómicas de cambio climático se refieren a ellas de una manera que atraviesa como eje transversal que es el cambio climático, todas las actividades sectoriales, la agricultura, el urbanismo, la ordenación del territorio, los planes de innovación, toda la planificación sectorial o legislación sectorial administrativa en Valencia y en Canarias, por ejemplo, va a estar afectada por lo que esas leyes de cambio climático autonómicas, Valencia y Canarias 2022, digan que es la vulnerabilidad. Y nada más. Gracias.
Bueno, yo quería, perdón, ¿podría responder a Isabel? Muchas gracias, enhorabuena a ti también, porque además es un tema que me interesa muchísimo, esos efectos del entorno urbano, especialmente en los derechos de las personas vulnerables, concretamente las personas con discapacidad. Realmente es que yo creo que no es un trabajo solo meramente jurista, ¿no? Que nosotros cuando nos sentemos a regular un plan urbanístico en el que vayamos a regular derechos de personas vulnerables, tenemos que tener en la mesa otros expertos como arquitectos, como médicos, es decir, no es solo nuestro trabajo, y yo creo que eso es lo más ambicioso de mi investigación, y creo que hay un gran paso que dar en ese sentido en la normativa. No sé si estás de acuerdo conmigo,
sí,
pero...
Completamente, y también ahora recuerdo todos los casos que has hablado, o uno en concreto de la cuestión de contaminación de acuíferos o de aguas subterráneas.
Exacto, sí.
Esos son otros ejemplos, la planificación hidrológica, tanto la estatal como las autonómicas, hace años que determinan una planificación indicativa, es decir, una acción de dirección de los gobiernos, tanto estatal en el Plan Hidrológico Nacional como los legisladores autonómicos, para que no ocurran o evitar que el caso de Doñana es también el último y más impactante, que la sequía, que es un acontecimiento o una circunstancia que ya científicamente está conocida y está probada en nuestro país, eso hubiera mitigado o por lo menos nos hubiéramos adaptado sin necesidad de legislaciones nuevas de cambio climático. Aunque, bueno, son bien recibidas, yo de luego por mi parte sí suponen un aumento de la protección o de la adaptación en este sentido de la planificación hidrológica o en conestación con las otras planificaciones sectoriales, turísticas, agrícolas, etcétera, ¿no?
Okay, so it's for me to say that table is dismissed. Thank you very much.
Hello, good morning. So now it's the time to go to the second panel this morning. And I have to announce that two of the speakers won't be able to join us because of personal matters. So as always, there are advantages and disadvantages in this life. So the good news is that we will have time for discussing and for exchange with the panelists. So with me are in this table, this round table today, three distinguished speakers. First is Ms. Claudia Pérez Zapico. She is a doctoral researcher in public international law at the Universidad Autónoma de Madrid. And she's going to share with us her work on strategic litigation before international tribunals, approach, definition, and meaning. I think this is a very important topic because when we talk about strategic litigation, it is very important from my point of view to have always in mind the rule of law. I mean, why are we going to courts? I mean, just this is something that we will discuss in the course of your presentation. After, Laura Movilla Pateiro, she will talk about the United Nations International Court of Justice advisory opinion on climate change. Where are we? So as you know, this year, at the beginning of this year, there was a resolution by the General Assembly adopted by consensus to request the ICEL an advisory opinion on the obligations of states regarding climate change. And as you know, this is not the first time. There has been, in the course of the years, other advisory opinions that were also very important for environmental matters. So we will have this discussion today. And finally, the last speaker will be Professor Francesco Sindico, who is a full professor of international environmental law at the Starklight Center for Environmental Law and Governance in the UK. And he is director of the Climate Change Legal Initiative and co-chair of the IUCN World Commission on Environmental Law, Climate Change Law Specialist Group. I must say I'm also a member of the commissions from a long time ago, but I'm not a member of this commission yet. And he's going to share with us his research on the role of non-strictly state intervention before the ICJ in the advisory opinion that I have just mentioned. So we are going to go in this roundtable to the nitty-gritty of this request and what it's the proceedings before the court. So now it is the time for Claudia. So you have the floor, and I will be strict with the time. I've been asked to do it in that manner, so I will be quite strict. You have just 10 minutes.
I have a presentation, though, I think.
Okay. So I don't know how. So I'm sure I will have some assistance. Yeah, okay. So you have till 10:15 now.
So, hi, good morning. First of all, I wanted to thank everyone who's here and online and the organizers for inviting me to speak. I was originally going to speak about a bit about what climate litigation is before moving on to strategic litigation, but due to time constraints, I'm going to limit myself to give you some basic data on climate litigation before going into strategic litigation. So, right now, there are, according to the Climate Case Chart, which is the database for climate litigation, there are 2,540 cases worldwide, most of which take place before US courts. 853 take place before other jurisdictions, and of those, 144 take place before international and regional courts and bodies. Here we can see, you can see it, some charts from the UNEP Global Climate Litigation Report of 2023 that show how climate litigation has exponentially grown with time in the last 6 years. And also, if we classify climate cases by geographical representation, we can see that 19.2% of all cases take place before international and regional courts. Of those 144 cases, most of them take place before the EU courts, and the rest take place before other tribunals and international bodies, like the International Court of Justice, the International Criminal Court, human rights bodies, UN bodies, arbitrational tribunals, and investment settlement dispute bodies. So now that we know a bit about climate litigation data, climate litigation cases can be classified in different ways. One of those ways is to differentiate between strategic cases and non-strategic cases. So what is strategic litigation? Strategic litigation are cases that are designed to bring about a broader societal shift, that they aim to reach outcomes that go beyond the interests of the individual litigants, and they aim to influence climate policies, behavioral shifts by key actors, create awareness around climate change, and encourage public debate. Some of the characteristics of these cases are that strategic cases are one piece of a larger puzzle. That is, they're normally accompanied by media campaigning, by advocacy, by political dialogue, citizen mobilization, etc. So they aim to influence climate governance. Secondly, strategic decisions are made before bringing a claim. That is, the litigant is carefully chosen to represent the message that is trying to be brought across. The defendant is chosen, the timing and the court before which the case is brought, the remedies that are sought, the legal arguments that are made. All these decisions are carefully curated for the case to have the most impact on climate governance. Thirdly, I think when we think about strategic litigation, we mostly think about pro-climate cases, but we also have anti-climate cases and just transition cases. So anti-climate cases are litigation that seek to prevent or deter climate action, and just transition cases are cases that are not per se against climate action, they're just against the way that it's being done, the way that unequally and unfairly affect certain communities more than others. So now that we know a bit about what strategic litigation is, what are the types of strategies that litigants are using? Setzer and Hyham differentiate between pro-climate cases and anti-climate cases. They identify 9 strategies for pro-climate cases and 3 for anti-climate cases. Again, due to time constraints, I'm going to focus mostly on pro-climate cases. So first, we have government framework strategy, which challenges the ambition and implementation of policies by governments. An example of this is the case of Duarte Agostinho before the European Court of Human Rights. Secondly, we have corporate framework, which requires corporations and companies to modify their behavior and their behavior and climate policies in order to disincentivize them from continuing with high-emitting activities. The third strategy is to integrate climate considerations, principles, and standards into decisions. This way, we stop harmful projects and activities, and at the same time, we mainstream climate issues into policymaking. Then we have the turning off the tap strategy, which challenges the flow of income from both public and private financial institutions into harmful projects and activities. The failure to adapt strategy challenges the behavior by corporations and governments that fail to take into account climate risks. The polluter pays strategy, it's the embodiment of the polluter pays principle of environmental law, and it seeks monetary compensation from those who have contributed to climate harm. The seventh strategy is climate washing. So these are cases that, again, challenge the false narratives by governments and corporations regarding their contribution to the climate transition. And the personal responsibility strategy is attributing personal responsibility to individuals for their failure to manage climate risk. And an example of this before international courts is the case of the Planet versus Bolsonaro before the International Criminal Court. And finally, we have the global guidance strategy, which makes use of the normative authority of international courts for them to influence climate diplomacy and pronounce themselves on the international obligations regarding climate change for states. So right now we have 3 advisory opinions pending before 3 different international courts, one before the Inter-American Court of Human Rights, one before the International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea, and one before the International Court of Justice, which I think the next speakers will talk about. So now that we know what strategic litigation is, the strategies, what are some of the possible effects of strategic litigation? Well, first, it can lead to changes in legislation and policy, for worse and for the better. It can create new legal precedent for future cases. It can publicly affirm scientific consensus and rebut misinformation around climate change. It can also challenge existing narratives around climate change and raise awareness about the issue. It can modify corporate behavior, just like it modifies legislation or policy. It can modify companies' behaviors and policies. And it can inspire other litigants to bring cases before the same jurisdiction or other jurisdictions, just like the Urgenda Foundation versus the Netherlands case did. However, there are some limits to strategic litigation. First, climate litigation in general is costly, and it can divert resources from other types of efforts. Secondly, there are access to justice barriers that we have to take into account. And there's a hesitancy on the courts in general to deal with contentious policy issues. There's also difficulties for judges who are not prepared to deal with scientific evidence and facts. And we have to take into account that judgments take time to be delivered. And once they've been delivered, they also take time to bring about the effects that we've talked about. So it's a lengthy process. And finally, I thought it was interesting what Cummings and Rhodes said regarding judicial decrees, which is that without political base, without support, they tend to face backlash and non-compliance. So the conclusion is that strategic litigation has its limits, but it also can be a powerful tool when paired with media campaigning, advocacy, citizen mobilization. All together, they can have a big impact on climate governance. Thank you very much, and I look forward to hearing the next speakers.
Thank you, Claudia. You have now 2 minutes left, so you've been very efficient. Oh my God. So congratulations. And now I give the floor to Dr. Laura Movilla.
Okay, good morning, everyone, and thank you so much, and congratulations to Professors Abad, Alcaide, and Pinheiro for organizing this symposium. So the aim of this presentation is going to be just to give an overview of the steps taken so far in the proceedings in the context of the request of this advisory opinion on climate change obligations before the ICJ. And I think it's also going to serve as an introduction for the next presentation, for Francesco's presentation, that is also going to deal with this advisory opinion. So first of all, it has already been pointed out by Claudia in her presentation, but I think it's important to take into account that this is one of the 3 advisory opinions that are pending right now before international tribunals dealing with climate change. It was a bit surprising, but within a few months, 3 requests of advisory opinions were initiated before international tribunals. As Claudia says, we have one pending before ICEL, another one before the Inter-American Court of Human Rights, and this one before the ICJ. So specifically regarding the ICJ, as we know, apart from its contentious competence to settle disputes between states, the ICJ can also give advisory opinions on legal questions posed by an authorized body, in this case, the General Assembly. And these advisory opinions are generally not technically legally binding, but they are very relevant. Let's say that they carry great legal weight and moral authority. And this is the first time that the General Assembly requests an advisory opinion on climate change. So this is, there's quite a lot of expectation about what the court is going to say, even if it's not a totally new idea, especially small island developing states have been considering this possibility to make a request like this for several years, but finally it has been materialized with this request. The request of an advisory opinion by the General Assembly, it's a state-led process, because a resolution is to be adopted by a majority of states within the Assembly. But in this case, it's very interesting to see that the origin, the root of this request departed from an initiative of law students from the University of the Pacific that in 2019 started campaigning for this climate justice advisory opinion and trying to achieve support from the states of the Pacific. From there, Global Youth Coalition was created, also to try to build support from states worldwide. The state of Vanuatu picked up this initiative, so it announced in 2021 that he was going to lead the diplomatic movement to try to gather consensus, or at least the majority needed at the General Assembly to make this request. In the meantime, also, that youth movement escalated to a global coalition of civil society organizations that were trying to gather also this support. And finally, Vanuatu led a core group of 18 states that draft the resolution. Finally, it was co-sponsored by 132 states, and it was finally adopted last March. And I think it's important to, it's worth mentioning that this is the first time that a request of an advisory opinion by the General Assembly is adopted by consensus, so it's quite relevant. You have there the two questions that has been submitted to the court. The first one, it's about the obligations of states under international law to ensure the protection of the climate system. The second one, it's about the legal consequences under those obligations if there's transboundary, if there's significant harm in practice, especially taking into account small island developing states and the rights of both the present and future generations. As you can see, the questions are pretty broad. For instance, contrary to what happens in the context of ICEL or the Inter-American Court of Human Rights, here the court is not, it's not going to be limited to interpret specific legal instruments or even sources of public international law or even specific branches of public international law. So it has quite complex tasks ahead, and this has already become evident. For instance, if you look at all the documents, the thousands of documents that the Secretary of the UN have already submitted to the court in a very lengthy dossier. You have there just the outline of the different sections, but there are hundreds and hundreds of documents there. So let's see how the court deals with all this information. And procedurally, advisory proceedings, similar to contentious proceedings, also have two phases usually, a written one and an oral one. We are right now in the written phase, and here the court has decided that both the United Nations and its member states are likely to be able to furnish information for these proceedings, so it has established and extended twice already the time limits to submit the written statements to the court. So the deadline that we have right now, it's in fact that's not updated. It was updated last Friday, and we have until March of next year. It was extended for 2 months to the April. No, I think it's April is the, yes, April. Yeah, it's March, I think, to submit the written statements, and June, I think. Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's April to submit the written statements, and until June to submit the written comments to other written statements. Apart from that, already a dozen of organizations have requested, and the court has authorized them to also intervene in these proceedings. You have the list there. For instance, the European Union is there. The Commission of Small Island States on Climate Change is there. That is the organization that requested the advisory opinion from ICLOS. Or there are more special cases like the ICEL. I think Francesco is going to elaborate on the role of these interventions and even the qualification of some of these entities as organizations. And if we don't have more time limits extensions, I don't know if there are going to be more, probably the oral hearings are going to happen at the end of next year or even at the beginning of 2025. The court right now it's quite busy, so probably the advisory opinion would be released at some point probably at the end of 2025. Probably this is going to be the last one released on the three out of the three pending, so it's going to have also the feedback, for instance, of what ICLOS is going to say regarding this advisory opinion. So let's see what the court managed to do with these two so broad and complex and so relevant questions. So let's see. That's what I wanted to present here today. If we have time, that I think we are going to have some minutes left afterwards, maybe we can discuss about what to expect of this advisory opinion. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Laura. I'm impressed because it's the first time I'm moderating and facilitating a roundtable, and the speakers are just complying with the rules, with the time. So that is wonderful because we will have a lot of time to discuss, and I think all these topics have many things to share among all of us. So the last speaker is now Francesco Sindico, that you are going to explain us a bit more about this. I understand by the title of your presentation, all the interventions by all these parties that have requested probably, but you will let us know. And now the floor is yours. Thank you.
I'm afraid just one, but yes. So first of all, huge thanks to the organizers. Really happy to be in Madrid again, and very happy to collaborate with the University of Seville, Carlos III, and Vigo and Ourense, and happy to continue doing so. So also a caveat, this is not based on my research. Over the past few years I have taken a little bit of a standstill on research. I've been working for the Scottish government, but this obviously is a presentation in my personal capacity and not on behalf of Scottish government. So I want to have a discussion with you about what I call hybrid organizations before the International Court of Justice advisory opinion. You have the list there, so please do keep that because it does help me. If you think about it, especially now that we have this 2-month extension, the number of sovereign states that will be presenting written submissions to the ICJ will absolutely be a floodgate. I mean, the judges will have probably hundreds of submissions from states. So if you think of a pie chart, you have hundreds of sovereign states with their political decisions almost negotiated as if it were going into a negotiation. You then have on that list a small but relevant number of international organizations, hence organizations with member states, be it the African Union. Sorry, that was not a nice thing. No idea why it's doing that. So all these organizations are sovereign state members. And then you have one, the first one, the International Union for the Conservation of Nature, which has both member states and non-state members. And that's why I call it a hybrid. And I am very lucky to be part of IUCN, World Commission on Environmental Law, as yourself, and to be together with Cristina Voigt and Fabiano de Andrade Correa Sousa, counsel before this ICJ case, together with a lot of other people. In addition, if you have a pie chart in front of you, you would also have a number of amicus curiae. So obviously there will be also a lot of other, especially NGOs, who will be presenting their ideas. So, is this the first time that IUCN does this? Absolutely not. It has already done it twice at the Inter-American Court of Human Rights. The ink is still warm on the one that we submitted yesterday, and I know other people in the room were involved also in that proceedings. We have also submitted our own statement at the International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea. And with the ICJ, differently than with ITLOS, in ITLOS, IUCN was actually requested to present its statement. With the ICJ, the procedure was that we asked the court through the usual channels whether we could provide a statement. And to be honest, to the surprise of many at the IUCN Secretariat, the court said, yes, you can. And then we said, oh, now we have to do it. So the process started once we got that authorization. So I want to do three things in the remaining of my time. Explain very briefly what is IUCN? What is even this organization that has the privilege to be before the ICJ? How does it approach the ICJ advisory opinion? Obviously, I cannot spill all the beans, but I'll try to give you a flavor of how we approach it. And then what does it expect from the advisory opinion? So let's start with what is the IUCN. I woke up this morning, I put the Spanish television, and a lot of the news was about Doñana, which I don't have to explain to those in the room who are from Spain. But for somebody maybe online who's not from Spain, Doñana is an amazing natural reserve in Andalusia, which is suffering, let's just say, some problems. Let's just put it like that. And IUCN has actually alerted the Junta de Andalucía that Doñana may well be put away from the so-called green list of reserves. Now, the important thing from a legal perspective was the response of the Junta de Andalucía, which said, we will review the document coming from IUCN in great depth, and only after we will be responding to it. As if it were, a proper legally binding document. That just goes to show how, as the news said, in some circles, IUCN is considered as the global conservation organization. So it's quite a big deal. It's been there for 75 years. It has both state members, so Spain, Germany, etc., are members of IUCN, but it also has a wide range of NGOs, from zoos to conservation NGOs and so forth. Every 4 years, there's a Congress where resolutions are negotiated and adopted. Now, it's not as big in a circus as a COP, absolutely not, but to some extent, it gives you that flavor of intergovernmental process that sets the direction of IUCN. And I think it's important to get that. There's a secretariat, people who are actually hired by IUCN, and then you have 7 commissions, of which one is the World Commission on Environmental Law, which is open to anybody in the room that works in the legal field. And that commission is one of the 7. And within the commission, there are a number of specialist groups, of which I, again, have the pleasure of co-chairing the Climate Change Law Specialist Group. Second point, how does IUCN approach the ICJ advisory opinion? Some people would have thought, well, IUCN, the nature element. So surely IUCN will just put all its weight, all its legal ammunition on the nature aspect of the questions. Now, it goes without saying that IUCN, being IUCN, will emphasize nature-based solutions, the role of importance of nature, but really the letter that we have to focus is on the WCEL, World Commission on Environmental Law. We are approaching this request as solid legal community with academics, researchers, people working in NGOs, people working in international organizations, people working in governments, providing the best possible legal answers to the 2 questions. That's really our approach. Third, our expectations. The first one is that we hope that the proceedings will provide further clarity on the relationship between the 1.5 temperature goal in the Paris Agreement and state obligations to protect the climate system. Not just in context to Paris, but also with other environmental treaties, in human rights treaties, and in customary international law. The practical application of this is that if the court does this, this will have implications way beyond sovereign states, but also in the domain of private sector. And this can be very, very useful. Second, this is very important. I'll get to it when I do my final reflection on COP28. The proceedings should not undermine the Paris Agreement and its process. At the same time, however, and this may well happen, states do not have to use the Paris Agreement as a shield. They will say, well, I signed the Paris Agreement, what do you even want from me? I'm complying with international law, I'm cooperating, go away. Clearly that's not what we or anybody, I think, hopefully in this room wants. Third, the proceedings, especially if they provide some clarity, can lay the foundations for future domestic and international climate change litigation. And fourth, what I don't think the proceedings can do, they cannot really say to the world which countries is responsible for X amount of climate change for the impacts and damages on country X, Y, Z. That is a bilateral situation which may well come later in future litigation, but I don't think the way especially the way the questions are put, that it really lends itself to that kind of bilateral, you're guilty, I'll tell you how much you're guilty kind of thing. Some final remarks, the last minute. Some of us, I understand yourself and Susanna, for example, we were at the circus at the COP28 Dubai, and whatever you may think of it, whatever you may think of the outcome, it has started something that was just put in words in 2015 at the Paris Agreement. The global stocktake was, I don't know, Article 14 or whatever article it was. 15? 14. Okay. Now that we have COP Dubai, we have a decision that evaluates that global stocktake. It informs the next series of NDCs, nationally determined contributions. The biannual report starts. It's a machinery that is, in a way, unstoppable to deal with climate change. Is it perfect? Absolutely not. Is it what we have? Absolutely yes. So really what is important now is to give it time to move forward. Give it an opportunity. States or any organization who advocates that the Paris Agreement is a paper tiger with no state obligations are not helpful, are not doing anything good for the climate, in my opinion. Because be careful what you wish for. If you go before the ICJ, ICEL or whatever, saying Paris Agreement is a paper tiger, has no obligation, then what? Are you waiting for a fossil fuel elimination treaty? I'm not saying that's not a good idea, but it won't happen from one day to the other. So I'll stop there, but happy to have a discussion with anybody in the room, and thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Francesco. I couldn't agree more with you about the final outcome of COP28. And of course, I think I always ask people to remind the whole process, because people forget that before the Paris Agreement we have the Kyoto Protocol. It's nothing new, and we have been fighting climate change since the adoption and the entry into force of the UNFCCC. However, and just a reminder, it has been only 2 years ago in Glasgow when the topic regarding fossil fuels phase-out was introduced for the first time, although it was not possible at the final outcome in the climate pact of Glasgow. It was not possible even in Sharm el-Sheikh. So that's why I don't understand, and this is something we can also discuss, why the president has been receiving so many critics, because before we have COPs in other countries that were not, I mean, they exploit oil, but not in the amount as Emirates Arabs, but this president has been able finally, even though all the critics, to have a further step, and this is the process, is every year we have a new thing, and things are going faster than before, but that is of course my personal opinion. So The floor is now yours, so we can open for discussion. And okay, so there is one.
Yeah, thank you so much for those wonderful and thought-provoking presentations. I really enjoyed every single one of them. I have a question. I just, there's different, there's obviously many differences between these ongoing advisory opinions, especially, between the one before the ICJ and the one before the Inter-American Court. But I was wondering if you had any ideas of how different could it be, specifically in the case of the Inter-American Court, where there's a right to a healthy environment in Article 11 of the San Salvador Protocol, and how would that impact, the possible response to this advisory opinion, and also again taking into account the expansive let's say trend of the court to give full effectiveness to human rights. Thank you so much.
Shall we get another one, or just? Okay, very briefly, I mean, this is where it would be great to have other two speakers, but fine, we can try. I think, to be honest, the little I know about the Inter-American Court of Human Rights system is that there's already been an advisory opinion on precisely that, on the human right to a healthy environment. So if I were the judges, I wouldn't really reinvent the wheel. I mean, I would go back to what I said, what was it, 3-4 years ago. So in that sense, even from those who are submitting statements, it would be foolish for them not to go. Judges love to, they love to read what they have already done, and to see that you are confirming something or developing it based on what you have already done. So I think in that specific region in the Inter-American Human Rights, the fact that there was already been an advisory opinion will strengthen even more the human right to a healthy environment. I think we were discussing it yesterday. I don't remember who was talking about it, but on the one hand, people say, God, this is incredible. 160 countries in the world have it in their constitution. You can say, it's customary international law. But then surely, to some extent, the way it's implemented will be slightly different in every country. So I think when it comes to the practical implication of, for example, our colleague was talking about, to some extent, a human right to the landscape. That's something that may be different if you do it in, I don't know, in Fiji or in Norway. I'll just stop there. Maybe other people.
In fact, to develop what you were saying, it's important. For example, in Spain, under our constitution, that was one of the first ones after Portugal, to introduce this right. I mean, here is just a principle that guide the economic and social policy. So this has implications from a procedural point of view. Whereas, for example, in many Latin American countries, because of the San Salvador Protocol, they have direct access to the Constitutional Court. I mean, in Mexico or in many other countries, and we have seen that, for example, in Mexico, there was a decision. It's called, the procedure is called amparo. We have seen that the policies of AMLO, of the president of Mexico, regarding energy, some members of civil society they file an amparo, and they have stopped some of the ideas of AMLO just to continue exploiting fossil fuels. But I mean, there are many. But of course, you have to see that law is evolving quite fast regarding the right to a healthy environment after the General Assembly resolution on this aspect. So this is influencing courts as well. I mean, the mood, the atmosphere in the world has an impact finally on courts as well.
Well, first. Thank you very much for such a enlightening, very complementary remarks and analysis of climate change litigation. I also think that there's an unstoppable rising tide on climate change litigation, and there's a whole atmosphere, as you have just explained. But I have some questions, because Professor Perez explained very well which are the main difficulties to go ahead. And I wonder whether this global and general atmosphere is going to really have an impact in two very important courts. One is the European Court, the European Union, well, the European Court of Justice, where she has applied the Plumond doctrine, and even if the European Union is part of the Aarhus Convention, is clearly, in my opinion, breaching its obligations in this regard, and still making a very strict interpretation of the treaty in order to maintain barriers to access to this very important court. Mainly taking into account that the lack of or the gaps of implementing European Union environmental law is the main obstacle to make it effective, as everywhere, also in environmental international law, also national environmental law. So the role of the courts are really important. So we have the Plumond doctrine there, stopping access to justice to in cases in the European Union cases. And what about what do you know about the case, the Portuguese case before the European Court of Human Rights? Because in this case, the strategy was to go strike to the court without exhausting the national resources, the national system. So I don't know whether these procedural difficulties are going to be overcome by this rising tide in climate litigation. So that's my question. So what do you feel? Is the global atmosphere going to be enough to overcome these very tough difficulties? That's my question.
I think clearly the European Court of Justice has been very restrictive with access to justice from individuals and NGOs in the topic of climate change. And I think before 2015, we saw a lot of cases around the ETS, the trading system, the emission trading system. But after, there has been a decline, and we have seen a growth in cases before the European Court of Human Rights. So it seems like people are really turning to human rights courts for protection of the climate. And regarding Duarte Agostinho, and well, there's 3 cases before the Grand Chamber of the European Court of Human Rights: Duarte Agostinho, Carem, and a Swiss case which I can't pronounce, but Clima Seniorin, yeah. So I think it's the Duarte Agostinho case, they are suing 33 states, if I'm correct. So they argue that they couldn't have exhausted national remedies, and also because the climate crisis is so urgent that they wouldn't have had the time to do that in time to react to the climate crisis. So I think there's also the topic of the jurisdiction of the European Court for transboundary harm from other cases to from other countries to to the Portuguese youth that are bringing the case. To be honest, I think we'll have to see. I think if they I've read that if the European Court of Human Rights fails to admit the case on procedural grounds, litigants will try to work around that and come up with other strategies. But if they fail to judge on the merits, I think that will be a more difficult obstacle to overcome by claimants. But I don't know if someone has a different opinion.
I would like to mention that, I mean, the issue of standing to sue at the European Court of Justice, this is nothing new. I mean, even in the 90s, there were cases brought by Greenpeace, and it was a case in Canary Islands, and the court didn't accept the standing to sue of NGOs. I mean, and then the Plumond doctrine was developed, but the Aarhus Convention and the Compliance Committee heard a case a long time ago. I mean, I was even in the mob in Montenegro, in Budva, in 2017, where that case was being discussed. And it was a lot of pressure from members, even member states of the European Union. So this is an ongoing matter, and I don't know whether at the end of the day, the standing to sue doctrine will be extended or not. And regarding the cases before the European Court on Human Rights, I would like to mention this specific case on Agostinho, because I'm a bit concerned of the overuse of courts to fight climate change, because litigation, which is the topic of this roundtable, is really very important. But I think sometimes it's been overused, and it might miss purpose and also the impacts. And I'm saying this regarding this case because I was in COP and I was invited in a roundtable on climate litigation as well. And first, before that, we watched a documentary on Juliana case. So I learned a lot about Juliana case. And this case, Agostinho, is a copy and paste of Juliana case. But if we go to the context, because we have to fight climate change, I'm not denying this, but, okay, the facts are completely different. Juliana case started in the US when the US never even signed the Kyoto Protocol. Even I have, and there was some videos in which Obama was just happy to say that he was the president in the time that granted more authorizations for oil exploration and exploitation. So the facts are completely different. I mean, for me, from a legal point of view, suing the European Union within all this group, I mean, of course, the situation of Turkey is completely different to the one to the European Union. The European Union has been leader at the international level in fighting climate change from the very beginning of the negotiations of the UNFCCC. The EU, I mean, then it was the European community, asked to include already binding targets to reduce emissions, okay? And now the European Union, when this group of children, they filed the case, we have our NDC, the EU NDC, was to reduce emissions by 40% by 2030. But meanwhile, while the case is pending in the court, the European Union has increased at least 55% of emissions reductions by 2030. And it's not just a number. This is being worked out. The EU has been, I mean, through the package Fit for 55, has adopted many amendments and new directives and regulations to make this happen. In addition, it has increased the renewables target, I mean, how to integrate renewables by 2030, I mean, at least 52.5%, and if possible, 45% in the energy system, and it has increased also its efficiency target. This has huge implications, because when a case is taken to a court, people have also to analyze what are the implications. This means that now we will need a lot of raw materials for these renewables. For example, so what is going to happen in the developing world? What about just transition? So a case has many ramifications. It's not only about have a court order, just the country has to increase its emissions and it is a target. If there is a court order, you have to comply with that court order. But what does imply for the exploitation of natural resources? What does imply that for human rights of workers in the developing world? I mean, I'm just asking, I don't have an answer, but for me, it's concerning. This is concerning. I'm concerned also about the use of courts following the US model. I mean, our legal system is a civil law system. It's not a common law system. So we have laws. In the US, you need precedents. And when you look at the Sabine Center report, of course, there are many cases in the US, but why? Because the US has done absolutely nothing to fight climate change. So then we come here to Europe, and then we said, oh, in the US there are many cases, so let's go to courts. No, I'm not saying not using courts, but I mean, with a strong case and with something that is going to change things, but for good, not to make other problems. So this is, of course, again, I repeat, this is my analysis after having analyzed this issue for some years ago, and I see that there are many grays. No, not everything is black and white. So, okay.
Thanks. It's very brief. It links this question to some of the presentations because I'm also concerned about the risk of backlash, and this is something that perhaps has arisen less in the panel. So I wanted to give the speakers an opportunity to elaborate. So the risk of backlash often comes from the perception that climate litigation is profoundly anti-democratic. So some places like the United States, there have been already cases anti-climate, you could say, the attorneys general cases, as a way of saying you are siding with activists, you are forgetting about the common people, so on and so forth. I'm not sympathetic to this. I'm saying that this is a phenomenon that is happening. So now you extrapolate this to the international context. The ICJ has to decide whether states of all shapes, sizes, and perceptions and inclinations are subject to international obligations. How does the risk of backlash, do you think, somehow computes in the calculations that the judges have to make? And could this be a factor in shaping one opinion or another?
I think it's very difficult to try to foresee what the court is going to do. It's going to be a quite difficult task, but if we take into account, for instance, that the previous cases on environment, dealing with environment before the ICJ, I'm a bit worried because so far there's not a lot of jurisprudence on environmental cases, but we already have a few ones. And it has been quite conservative, I think, at least from my point of view. It's not so progressive as, for instance, the Inter-American Court of Human Rights when dealing with environment. Even the only previous advisory opinion that indirectly deals with the environment, the famous nuclear weapons case and so forth, it provides a definition of environment and states basic, very general obligations, but it was very disappointed. So I think that probably the ICJ, what is going to do, and honestly it does not have a lot of leeway because of its competencies, probably is going just to confirm the most basic principles of international environmental law and so forth. So I don't know if it's going to be really very helpful. I don't think it's going to do a very progressive interpretation if we take into account previous jurisprudence. Probably it's going to just limit itself to restate that some basic principles are customary law. Maybe dealing with your question, probably it's going to refer to the status of common but differentiated responsibilities, but I don't think it's going to go beyond that. I don't think even probably it's not going to say something about loss and damage because it would be too progressive for it. I don't know, but I don't know. Let's see. Maybe it surprises us, but also looking to its competencies and the so broad questions that were submitted and so forth, I don't think the role of the ICJ is going to go beyond that. I don't know if...
Shall I?
Yeah.
So obviously it depends what we even mean by backlash. So if by backlash we mean again I'm focusing on the ICJ here, could the decision undermine the, let's call it, global fight against climate change? I'll just repeat and link it again to the COP negotiations, I think those who brought the campaign through the ICJ do not see it in isolation. They see this as almost as a parallel track to the negotiations. And my hope is that, in a way, they both, if not talk to each other, they strengthen each other. And that's why I said that I am concerned that some countries will shield themselves behind the Paris Agreement, and that they'll just say that, you know, question one, what's the big deal? You know, you have Paris Agreement, I signed it. Sometimes I de-sign it and I sign it again, but that's it. You know, what more do you want? And the role of the court, in a way, is to go beyond that shield and explain to us, to everybody, what is the bigger picture of not just the Paris Agreement, but everything else. But at the same time, without undermining the Paris Agreement. It's a difficult balance, you know, it's a difficult balance. The thing I do think it's going to be interesting of the ICJ is the procedure. So every single party, be it sovereign state, be it IUCN, be it the Pacific Island Forum Fisheries, if we write something, we then have the right to comment on the other states. If we don't write anything, we cannot do that. So as long as on the 22nd of March we submit, then we can comment on everybody else's. Think about that. That's quite powerful if you think about it. I mean, we like to think that we have our observer badge at COPs and we are observing. What are we observing? I have no idea how the Article 6.4 negotiations ended up. You go into a room, if you're lucky, they're huddling, you have no idea what's happening, you cannot speak. This is going to be, maybe not the first time, but it's going to be a huge element of transparency. We will see on paper what the USA, what the EU, what Australia, what Vanuatu thinks about state obligations to protect the climate system on other parts. That's unprecedented. It will never happen again. I don't think we'll have an advisory opinion every 5 years before the ICJ. This is never going to happen again. We then have the possibility to comment on all of those. Unprecedented. So the transparency that will come out from this will be, I hope, a positive development. So I think we need to be careful to think, are we expecting too much from the actual decision, or should we not look at the bigger process of the actual transparency, of the actual in-paper? We can actually, civil society, academia, we can point the finger, no, you actually said it. You know, you said it in the comment to Australia that XYZ is whatever it is. So that will be very powerful. And even from research and academia, let's all dig into that. You know, we'll have huge primary sources that we never had in our life. With students, with research projects, with collaboration between universities, different languages, very important. We're speaking English in Spain. It's very weird for me, but still that's another issue. Let's use English, French, Spanish, Chinese, any language to dissect all these primary sources. And last thing, going back to Paris and just commenting on your point, you asked, why are people so even angry something to the UAE and to the president? I think a lot of it depends what you compare it with. So even in the 2 weeks, what I've experienced is that you look at the first draft of the COP decision on the global stocktake and you couldn't believe your eyes. It was too good to be true. So, what's happening here? Everybody wants oil out and we're all happily ever after. Give it a week and it was like the other, la vuelta a la tortilla. No? It was the whole opposite. And now we have something that looks more like a compromise. So obviously, depending on which one you compare it with, you'll be super happy or not. Also, if you come relatively new to, what is it now, a 30-year-long process, and you only look at the science, obviously this is a disaster from a purely scientific perspective. I mean, there's no way that we're going to deal with climate change between now and the next, and you can use days, minutes, hours as you wish, you know, between now and 2030. There's no way we're going to do it. But if you compare it and you understand the multilateral process and the fact that on the room you have 190 who knows what sovereign states, and one thing I was thinking, I mean, in Dubai, at the biggest place in the world that we had to walk 20 minutes from A to B, you had countries who are literally fighting themselves to death. And all of them were there. And yes, there were protests and everything, but actually it was the one multilateral process where countries who do not talk to each other were sitting in the same room. That gives you the importance of climate change and of these COPs as not just a path towards climate change mitigation, adaptation, loss and damage, but for development. And that's where I myself find myself a bit schizophrenic. I don't like them, I think they're a circus, but actually they do carve a pathway towards what we have to do. Okay. I'll stop there.
Yes, so okay, I think it's time to close, but maybe it's a circus because of all which is surrounding, because when you go to the negotiations, there is no circus there. I remember I went to my first COP was COP 5 in 1999, and there wasn't hardly people there. So only negotiations, not side events, only at lunchtime. So now it's a circus, yes, but it's not the COP. No. We cannot unmistakably take that the COP is all the side events. That is not the COP, but it's accompanying, and there is a lot of noise there, but it's the time. So thank you very much for this interesting panel, and now it's time for a coffee and a stretch up. Thank you. In the balconada, but the host will take us to the place because not everyone knows where
Okay, welcome everyone. I hope that you enjoyed the coffee break and the ensuing discussion, which is after the previous panel, I think that should have been substantial. I wish to wholeheartedly thank Montserrat Abad, Joaquín Alcaide, and Laura Carballo for the invitation to moderate this panel with such fantastic speakers, and also for including a panel that is focused on corporations and investment treaties and so on. This is usually a topic that acts as sort of the whipping boy when it comes to climate and the environment, because everyone likes to lambast corporations and everything. But there's no transition without corporations. There is no transition without transition in the economic model. So I think it is a fitting topic for a panel. We have amongst the speakers for this panel, we had one misfortune because Professor Maria Chiara Marullo cannot be with us due to personal reasons, but we have with us Laura García Álvarez, who is a senior lecturer of private international law at Pablo de Olavide University. We have Carmen Otero García Castrillón, who is a professor of private international law at Universidad Complutense, and we have Teresa Parejo, who is the director of sustainability at Iberia. So we not only have a panel talking about corporate and economic aspects, we also have the corporations, but I promise I moderate the panel and we will be very kind to you.
Like it's on one side.
Don't worry. So the time assigned, the rules for time assignment are well known. So without further ado, I will just open the floor for the speakers. Laura, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much to the organizers of this event for your excellent work and your invitation. It's a great honor to be here with all of you. Sorry. Well, we have heard here these days many interesting presentations regarding nature protection from a public law perspective. And now I would like to focus on the other complementary side, that is the private law pathway, as judicial practice has revealed that litigation based on civil liability can also have a very important role in addressing damages from climate change and environmental impacts. Just think about, for example, the Shell cases in the Netherlands, amongst others. Well, however, when suing corporations, the limited liability principle, amongst other obstacles, makes difficult to hold companies responsible, especially in presence of multinational groups of corporations and extraterritorial damages. In this sense, the proposed directive of the European Union on due diligence, that, as you all know, is just about to be formally approved, includes, together with a system of public law supervision and enforcement, an Article 22, which is devoted to civil liability. Functionally, this liability could be another tool to counter that multinational corporations' strategic use of the limited liability principle to avoid responsibility for human rights violations and environmental damages, which is clearly under-deterred. So the provision, considering the three versions that we have available up to date, and therefore broadly speaking, would entitle persons who suffer injuries as a result of a failure of a company to comply with those due diligence obligations to claim compensations, and that even when damages are verified or take place outside the European Union. Additionally, we have to take into account that this rule would apply not only to European companies, very large European companies defined in terms of turnover, number of employees, and sector activity, but also to those of third countries when they generate in the European Union a significant turnover. And also in both cases, it would apply also to the operations of their subsidiaries and their business partners. Well, it sounds promising at first sight, it sounds great, and it could have substantial implications in terms of enhancing the right of access to an effective remedy, and at the end of the day, in terms of better protection of nature. However, my question is, can it really be expected that this provision of civil liability will improve climate change litigation and environmental litigation in general, from a private law perspective always? Well, I would like to briefly share with you some problems that, in my humble opinion, may lead to an unequal and limited effect of the provision. As it has to be a very short presentation, I will restrict myself to briefly point some of them out, and I will leave their development for a written contribution further on, I hope. Well, the first problem would be, in my opinion, the limited material scope of application of the provision.
Because in fact, climate change obligations, which are stated in Article 15, are excluded from Article 22 of civil liability, which only encompasses human rights, adverse impacts, and environmental adverse impacts. Then the following logic question would be, could climate change at least be considered as an adverse environmental impact? And it couldn't, because it doesn't seem to be the legislative intent, taking into account the previous exclusion, and also taking into account the definition of those adverse environmental impacts in Article 3, as any violation of the international conventions on the environment listed in the annex, which don't include the Paris Agreement or any references to climate change. So, could the rule of civil liability be useful in any way for climate change litigation? Well, the only possibility left would be considering the definition of human rights adverse impacts, which includes, as stated in the Annex Part 1.18, the prohibition of causing any measurable environmental degradation, such as literally harmful emissions, amongst others. Well, the wording of this point is key, as it could allow the inclusion of climate change impacts under the civil liability provision through human rights. Though we could question if pure ecological damage, taking into account that no person has to be necessarily affected in those cases, or at least directly affected, could be included under this definition. So again, the anthropocentric approach to nature is predominant or exclusive here. In my opinion, this unclear and fragmented consideration of environmental adverse impacts and the exclusion of climate change obligations from the civil liability rule is regrettable, even if that link between nature and human rights could be very interesting in practice. Well, all this, together with the uncertainty of the horizontal effect of each of those international conventions on the environment, which are listed in the annex, represents a clear regression in relation, for example, to French law, both for the duty of vigilance law, with a broad definition of environmental harm, and also for the inclusion of the pure ecological damage in the civil code. Well, secondly, I would like to briefly refer to the problematic silence on private international law aspects, which will be key in many cases as soon as the civil liability rule is included. In this sense, the extraterritorial and unilateral dimension of the directive leads to some questions. For example, how can jurisdiction of any member state court be established when suing non-European companies? Because in principle, in those cases, Brussels I regulation will not apply, and national rules of jurisdiction from a comparative study may lead us to the conclusion that due diligence obligations of the directive will rest ineffective in many cases. Therefore, victims and companies will be treated differently in the European judicial area depending on the member state where the claim is filed. This lack of access to court weakens the directive's enforceability and also shows an inconsistency between the mandatory nature of the provision of civil liability, stated in Article 22.5, and the lack of proper jurisdictional basis. Finally, we could just mention some other problems or issues, such as those related to the determination of the applicable law to those cases, the insufficient references to legal standing and collective redress, the disclosure of corporations' information, or the burden of proof, which is key, and I would love to develop in a written contribution. So, unless we are surprised with the final outcome of the negotiations, once we can read the final text, what I see is that all these regulatory gaps and problems and the consequent big role for the domestic laws will probably hinder the access to justice and will create a non-level playing field which could distort competition and allow for an unequal enjoyment of rights and for forum shopping within the European Union. And this is exactly the opposite to the directive's aim under the single market clause. Well, to end up with a hopeful thought, I would like to think that the implementation of this civil liability rule, which per se represents a milestone, together with the expected formal recognition by the European Court of Human Rights of the right of enjoyment of a healthy environment, could promote further European and domestic legal changes towards a more effective protection of nature, which is clearly urgent in our current world. So that's all. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thanks very much, Laura. A hopeful note in a lot of criticism, which is always good for a panel. So now we move from the private perspective to a broader dimension of investment treaties. Aren't we, Carmen? So please enlighten us. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you also to Laura and Monse for the invitation and also for the initiative, which is plural and wide open, and they give us an opportunity to learn from each other quite a lot and to have an overall broader perspective. Though the title of my intervention is related to investment, I would like to start pointing that international investment and trade are two sides of the same coin. International trade fosters international investments and vice versa. In other words, investors turn to different countries to either look for components, sources, locate their production in a cost-efficient or skills-abundant locations, or to get closer to their customers. In addition, commercial transactions are, of course, associated to all of this. However, in the past century, trade and investment's respective international regulation has been traditionally differentiated. There is nevertheless a recent trend to bring them together into the same international regulatory negotiating scenario when not even the same regulatory framework. To that extent, this trend might find a recent international objective of environmental protection that relates to the so-called inclusive trade agenda. That is, all levels of society should gain from increased trade, ensuring that gains are fairly distributed within countries to reduce inequality and enable a shared prosperity. Therefore, there is a call for the search for the coherence of international legal framework when it comes to environment for a legal system that, as the Symposium said, is in harmony and peace with nature. So when sustainable development goals of the United Nations stand on the raising on the standards, they rely basically in the three pillars: labor, environment, and overall human rights. Despite we are well aware that trade can have increasingly negative impacts on the environment and on climate change. Well, of course, trade has always had a bad reputation in the goods production, in the goods and persons transport, and so on. It is also true that trade policy with the right incentives can and should provide for solutions to the sustainable development challenges. In this regard, it's also important to know the UN itself expressly acknowledges the instrumental role of trade and investment to reach these sustainable development goals. For example, when it comes to environment, it has to do with countries specializing in what they are relatively green at, or countries that are somehow stimulated to adopt policies and measures that meet these sustainable objectives. For example, if we look at carbon tax, the problem is to look for the appropriate one. Or if we look at lifting trade barriers or certain environmental products, it's also a way to stimulate this search for compliance with international environment standards. All of this, of course, has to be seen in context, as was mentioned also in the previous panel. We cannot forget that the economic vehicles are many times used for the pursuit of foreign policy strategic goals. Now we are seeing how the EU has redefined the international trade strategy or policy as an open strategic autonomy. So looking for engaged cooperation in a multilateral framework when possible, and acting autonomously when it's possible. So when I try to focus in this scenario in the area of investments and investments related to the environmental prosecution, protection prosecution, I would look in the first place to the WTO scenario, and then I will have a look at the European Union perspectives, because both of them claim to be in search of advancing development in the environmental justice. in these two scenarios as well, there are two issues that could be considered, and of course I wouldn't have the time to do it in this intervention. The first one would be the respect for environmental standards, and then the second one, the monitoring and enforcement of the compliance of these standards. As to WTO, the World Trade Organization has traditionally been somehow apart from the environmental concerns, somehow a part of investment concerns. However, in 1995, there was an agreement on trade-related investment measures that aimed at avoiding the eventual restrictive trade effects in goods that could have in the area of investments. It was even considered that it's necessary to work in this area, in this film, and therefore we have already a text that has been concluded that has a plurilateral agreement on investment facilitation for development. That's the idea. The idea is to eliminate obstacles that can block the attraction and retention of higher quality investments, considering, of course, the development policy of the members. Okay, sorry. In this respect, the provisions on responsible business conduct has been expressly included in the text, the compromise of the parties, to foster and promote the conduct of foreign investors in this realm is a clear breaking new ground in the WTO. And also it's important to recognize the importance of identifying adverse aspects and follow the due diligence compromises, as well as using the relevant international agreed instruments to fix the standards that should be followed in that respect. In addition, the European Union can be said to be aligned with this perspective, and the Commission is already developing model clauses recently adopted in September in order to include them in the new international investment and trade and investment agreements, where the respect for national policies and national determination of public policy interest is, of course, stated, together with the compromise of following international standards that have already been agreed between parties. There is not such a thing as a forcing the partners of these international investment agreements to enter international environmental agreements in order to get involved into the investment agreement with the European Union, except for the Paris Agreement and the United Nations Framework Convention for Climate Change. In that case, it is expressly included in these model clauses. For the rest, there are obligations regarding transparency and also regarding the possibility of including getting into exceptions to the national treatment or to the transfer obligations that have to do with the protection of life and human health with this clear objective. And that's what I'll say for the time being. Thank you. I hope I'm not over. No.
Thanks a lot, Carmen. Apologies for being, the bad guy.
Sorry, thank you for...
Bad guy in the movie. So it's my role, I suppose. So we have talked about obligations and standards, but we need someone to implement those standards, don't we? And I think that this perspective that Teresa has to offer is incredibly useful and complementary. So Teresa, please, the floor is yours. How are companies coping with this new environment?
Thank you, and thank you for the to the organizers. It's an honor to be here back at the university. At university I love so much. Well, it's kind of counterintuitive to think about a just transition coming from the aviation sector, but it is possible. So when we speak about the environmental justice or environmental transition that needs to be just and inclusive in the aviation sector, what are we talking about? What is it? Is it possible? Is it real? How can we do it? Well, I must say that coming from Spain, which the tourism sector represents around the 12 or 13% of the GDP, and more than 80% of tourists come to Spain by plane, it's quite an important matter to find a solution to the aviation sector. It's not simple, and it's not easy, but it's possible and needs to be possible. So when we talk about a just transition, an ecological transition in the aviation sector, first we need to put the problem into context. The aviation sector, if we talk about emissions, it represents today between 2 and 3% of global emissions, which is perhaps you say, and this is what has happened when I arrived to Iberia. The first time I spoke to the management committee, they were saying, it's just a simple, we represent so little, so what is the problem? Why don't they put more focus into other sectors that perhaps represent a lot more? Well, the problem with aviation is not only that, or is not that, is that it is constantly increasing its emissions, even though the activity is more and more efficient each year. But also because there's a problem of climate justice, because 10% of the population flies, and 1% of the population represents 50% of the emissions from aviation. That's a problem, not the 2-3%. So we have a great impact, a big challenge, a big problem caused by a very few individuals on Earth. So we have to be aware of that. And I'm quite sure that you represent that 1%. I do. All of us here. So we need to understand that. There's a report from the Boston Consulting Group that says that if nothing is done in the aviation sector, in the year 2050, that 2-3% will represent around 20% of emissions, because other sectors will be decarbonized, and the aviation sector, because it's a hard-to-abate sector, will not. That's why, again, another problem, another challenge for the aviation sector. And not only that, we also have another environmental problems. We have noise, which is less and less important, thank goodness. And, I mean, it's less important because the aircrafts are more efficient and they are less noisy. And also because our emissions are also a problem of air pollution in cities. Also, not only we pollute or causing climate change, but also air pollution. So that's another problem. And of course, another one, waste. We do have a significant problem of managing the waste we generate. So many problems, but the big one is emissions. So there's the industry is quite aware, is very aware. I would say the IAG group, which I represent here, because Iberia belongs to the IAG group. IAG is formed by British Airways, Aer Lingus, Welling, Level, and Iberia. This group of airlines pledged in the year 2019, it was the first group of airlines saying that they are committed to be net zero emissions in the year 2050. So aligning its strategies to the Paris Agreement, the European Green Pact, and the science. But how can the industry, and after that, all the industry through IATA, committed to the same thing. So we do have then a sector aligned to the treaties. So how can we do it? Of course, in the European Union, there's a package with a Green Deal. It's called the 54-55 package, and that includes several directives and regulations, specifically regulating the aviation sector, including several things. But the most important one at the moment is the regulation of the use, well, exactly the production of what is so-called SAF, sustainable aviation fuels. This is the key to a more sustainable aviation. This is because these are a fuel that is going to take away the fossil fuels. So again, if we go back to the COP28, transition away to fossil fuels, it's in aviation with the SAF, with the sustainable aviation fuels. These are so interesting that they can be used in the airplanes, in the aircrafts, and the infrastructure, the current airport infrastructure, without changing anything. And this because the molecule is exactly the same one as the Jet A1, which is the kerosene, and so you can use it right away. It's certified to be used up to a 50% of mixture, but you can use it 100% if you want to, but because the aviation sector needs to go through a very specific and important regulations to secure the security of the operations, it's a 50% mixture at the moment. And these kind of fuels can can reduce the emissions from 60% to 100%, depending on the type of fuel, in terms of life cycle. So it's very interesting. On top of that, the renewable of the fleet, also it's important, the efficiency of the operation. So there are several measures that take down the emissions of aviation. And that's the environmental aspects of the ecological transition. But on top of that, the aviation represents a very important part in that ecological transition that needs to be just and inclusive. The aviation represents a lot for many countries, not only Spain, but also to vulnerable countries, because we give them the possibility of become prosperous with the tourism as well. And not only that, because we are key in humanitarian emergencies as well. We have several alliances with UNICEF, ACNUR, etc., etc. So aviation is key to the prosperity of the world, and it's needed not only to Spain, to many, many countries. So, and last thing, in Spain, this SAF industry represents a big opportunity for us to become leaders in this industry that is new, that is not yet developed, completely developed, and could bring economic prosperity and be part of that ecological transition needed for this important and strategic sector, which is the aviation sector. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, everyone, and apologies for being hard on the time, but this gives us an opportunity to have a little bit of discussion, so I will open the floor for questions.
Francesco Sindico, Strathclyde University. Question for Teresa. We didn't mention offsets and the extent to which the aviation industry, as many other industries, is, yes, trying to find technologies that make aviation more efficient or even completely green, carbon neutral. But as far as I'm aware, there's also interest in the offset, and I call it industry for a reason. Can you just expand on your own personal perspectives and from your company, if possible?
Yes. So thank you for the question. So nature-based solutions to capture the CO2 from the atmosphere, that offsetting projects. They were part of the roadmap in IAG. They designed a roadmap to become net zero emissions in the year 2050, and that, because of the technology is what it is, and the development needs so many years, they included, so once you decarbonize all that is possible, then there's a remaining part that you cannot do without using offset and other technologies. And so at the beginning, in the year 2019, they included the offsetting, and we included that in our roadmap. We included for Iberia, 2 projects in Latin America that were certified, et cetera, with double due diligence, control, etc. But then we offer them to our clients. When you go and buy a ticket, they would say, can you offset your emissions? And there you have these 2 projects, etc. But then I think 6 months ago, there was a lawsuit. 17 airlines were sued because of greenwashing, included this kind of projects. And so one of them was Vueling, and so IAG decided to take them off, like out. We closed this, and so right now we are not allowed to offer anything regarding offsets. In fact, the roadmap was redesigned, and instead of using offsets for the remaining emissions, they are moving towards carbon capture technology. But so at the moment, we know we will go back to the offsets because it's interesting to also have this kind of impact, positive impact in nature. But at the moment, we are not touching that. It's quite controversial at the moment, and for us, we cannot offer them. We are moving towards the possibility, and we are working on that, to offer SAF to our clients. So perhaps in a month or so, if you buy a ticket in Iberia, they will ask you, do you want to fly, reduce your emissions in whatever? And then you can buy whatever amount of SAF if you want to. But then the problem with greenwashing in the aviation sector is not because we are using offsets, because they are permitted by the United Nations, etc. Is because it's not clear yet how do we have to explain that or communicate that. So we need to be very cautious. So what they did, they removed them.
Yes, a question after listening to you, Teresa. So you were explaining that you were offering this offset to clients, but does it mean that, for example, all the companies, not only Iberia, they are doing these projects only for clients to buy, or the projects are still ongoing in spite of the lawsuits? Because for me, I mean, the fact that clients don't want to acquire this offset is like doing, I think that air companies, they have to internalize the externalities of their activities, not something that has to be paid by clients, but the companies themselves.
Yes, we do. We invest in new fleet. That's millions of euros. We are moving towards a more sustainable, more efficient aircrafts. The 350. The A350, the big plane, it's up to 35% more efficient than the previous one. So each time you change your fleet or the airplane, it's much more efficient. So that's one thing we do. Perhaps we could stretch the time or the life of the previous airplane, but we decided to invest in that. We're also investing in digitalization of different processes to reduce the weight in the aircrafts, to reduce the use of fuel. We are investing in SAF as well, even though we're not yet, we don't have to because of the refuel, the regulation starts in the year 2025, but we are already investing in that. So we do, and we invest in R&D as well. That's our part. Then we have to do alliances with the producers. They need to invest as well in investment in new infrastructure. They need to invest in R&D as well. And then the clients. It's funny, because this is a question that people have asked me quite often, because for people, when you go and drive your car, you know that you are contaminating. You're part of the problem. But if you go on a plane, you think the only responsibilities comes from the company, not you. So this is a humongous challenge for humanity, and this is something that we need to do together. Of course, each one in its own thank you. Capacities, of course. You cannot pay millions of euros, but you can perhaps put €5 into paying your ticket. So everyone needs to be part of this, not just, but also the companies as well.
Thank you. Okay, my name is Ángel Moreno from Carlos III University of Madrid. This debate is very interesting because we need to know whether the efforts made by companies can offset the impact that they produce. I recently read a piece of news by which India was buying 500 big aircrafts from Airbus. I know these aircrafts are more efficient, but there are more aircrafts. So more people are flying, and they are flying longer and to bigger distances. So my parents spent the honeymoon in Madrid. I spent my honeymoon in Austria. My daughter wants to spend her honeymoon in the Seychelles. So there is a growing tendency to increase the flights, and the companies are also fostering this by aggressive advertising. So in reality, all these mechanisms are really working because the growth in the economic activity can just really offset the efforts that the companies that are doing. Are they already results or studies? And also this idea that you mentioned, if I buy a ticket, I can contribute to offsetting emissions, but this is just accountancy. So the real emissions from the plane are not really reduced. They are only compensated by another project in Vietnam, but the direct impact is not really minimized. There is only an accountancy by which you deduce from your, let's say, your accountability, the emissions that someone is reducing in other parts. But I don't see a real reduction unless there is a real change in human behavior or in social behavior, and I don't think this is promoted by either the companies or the government.
It's all together. It's all together. So with using SAF, even if you use a little bit of SAF, added to some other people that will use a little bit of SAF, counts. Because this is a global problem. It's a global situation in which everything counts. On top of that, it's true, and the European Union is also starting to think of measures that will control the constant growth of the aviation activity or the flights, because I said 10% of the population has ever flown, but this is increasing. And other people have the right to start flying because it brings things that are good, of course, but that means increasing the problems of aviation. I have to say that on top of, in Europe, we have the EU ETS to control and the aviation sector is included in that, so we pay for our emissions. But the sector is the only sector as a whole that has designed one mechanism to control the emissions, and this is the Treaty of Corsia, which states, well, it's not so ambitious because it includes all the aviation sector. So it's like the treaties, international treaties. Then you need to put the baseline lower so that everyone can join. And it's not perfect, but it's something. And another thing that I have to say that worries me at the moment, and I'm starting to, as an academic, I was starting to do my research and learn about this, is that the European Union is clearly putting the eye into the control of the growth. So starting to design mechanisms to, no sé cómo se dice, aplastar la curva, to flatten the curve. Thank you. Flatten the curve. And that comes with another directive, the Energy Directive, that puts a tax in kerosene. So, or controlling perhaps a levy for the frequent flyers, or when they talk about eliminating domestic flights. So that's some measures to control the growth. And that's going to happen. But I don't know how, from a company perspective, the business needs to be profitable. So I don't know. I don't know if I answer your question, but.
If I can, may I ask a couple of questions?
Sure.
To them? So for Carmen, thank you very much to both of you for your presentations. So better this way because it's a matter of putting it. Can you hear me? Yeah, okay. I would like to learn about your opinion about these model clauses, or in general environmental terms, including investment treaties, because they look like kind of not very much ambitious. And then I would be interested that once they are inserted, about the mechanisms to actually make them enforceable, not only as regard to between both the states, but how the impact would be on investors. And then for Laura, thank you so much for this statement of problems, because the directive has really a lot of trouble. I would like to learn your opinion in general terms about, from a policy matter, whether actually increasing strategic litigation or litigation in general, climate litigation via the due diligence directive would add already to the litigation that is ongoing, especially at other levels, international and regional courts, because this we are talking about civil law courts, so to say, ordinary tribunals. So what would be the benefits in general? And then that would come to the other question, the issue about legal standing, which is actually key here, because of course I know that burden of proof you will elaborate, but is part of another discussions. Thank you so much, Teresa, for all the insights. That's been very helpful.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for the question. First place. Well, the model clauses themselves do not have a particular setting of rules regarding the enforcement. There are committees and groups that are supposed to be making the system work through basically cooperation. That's the major way of making it work. Still, we, as to the European Union, we have a very recent treaty, the first one that is particularly adapted to this model of facilitating investment. Is the first ever sustainable facilitating agreement that has been signed with Angola. And for example, what I think it's interesting to look at in this one, in this treaty, is that it focuses on improving the business climate in the country in green energy, agri-food value chains, of course, critical raw materials, because there are political implications also involved here, digital innovation, and fisheries. So these different economic areas and fields where the environment is pretty much concerned. In this respect, there is also a regional and UNCTAD 2.8 billion program that is supposed to help to identify the priority implementation needs for the investment within the country in order to diversify the economy from the fuels and oil economy in which it's based at the moment. And in this respect, well, the cooperation is the way that is going to be implemented or developed, the whole system, and the European Union is compromised to provide technical support in the implementing of the whole system. But there is, except for a code of conduct that is included at the end, as members of tribunals or mediators, there is no special provision that will talk about the enforcement or investor-state disputes. Yeah, that's completely excluded, because the idea of this kind of agreement as such is to eliminate obstacles for the investments to be really becoming a reality within the country. I don't know if it's for the time that would be okay. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Laura, for your question. Well, regarding standing, I would say that in the press release that it was made public past Wednesday, legal standing was acknowledged to civil society organizations as well, because the European Commission in the first document that we have, the proposal of the European Commission, it was not recognized to civil society organizations legal standing to file the claims. But it seems that in the final version of the text is acknowledged to civil society organizations, which is really good, not to individuals. But however, I think that it will also depend on the practice in each member state, because, for example, in France, that legal standing was recognized in the duty of vigilance law to individuals and also civil society organizations. We have seen in the recent judgments that the claims of individuals were dismissed, well, in a series of different arguments, but it's not so easy then to see or identify the interest of the individual, each individual who is filing the claim on the basis of the right which they are using to file the claim, or justifying their interest. So it's not, even if it's recognized, it's not always granted at courts. And regarding the impact of this directive on strategic litigation in general at international level and also in private courts, I will say that both mechanisms reinforce each other. So I think it could enhance litigation both in the private sector and also at an international level. In fact, we have seen that in France, and also, for example, we have a recent case in Switzerland of Islander of Paris versus Switzerland, which is taken, well, the Islander of Paris have taken measures, legal measures, both at the international level regarding human rights and climate change, and also they file a civil claim against the enterprise was Holcim in Switzerland. So we have both strategies taking place at the same time, and I think the outcome of both reinforce each other. So it can have a positive impact, I think. Thank you.
Very swift reaction, because we have to close. Yes, please, very quickly, and then we close the panel.
Okay, thank you. Just a note on the recent ongoing also negotiating agreements with India. and there has been a sustainable impact assessment that has already been released. There, the EU directly admits that the conclusion of an agreement, investment agreement regarding sustainability, there might be mixed results. This is what they say, mixed results. A lot depends, they end up saying, on the provisions that have to be agreed and their implementation and enforcement. So they put an extraordinary emphasis on these points because the historical evidence shows that effective implementation of sustainable measures, it's harder than agreeing to include, which is already hard, the standards within the treaty themselves. If we turn to the US, for example, what they do is they, in many cases, something that has not been expressly done, except in certain initiatives in the European Union, they asked to comply with these standards before the agreements enter into force. So they can be agreed, but they will not enter into force until the standard is met by the country at hand, which also poses a question of course, it's very good to have extraordinary environmental standards, but at what cost socially or economically also within the country? So it's a very delicate and sensible issue. Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks very much. We close a really rich and interesting panel, and we swiftly move to the next one. Thank you very much.
present the views from senior ICEL leaders on the role of jurisdictional and quasi-jurisdictional mechanism in protecting nature. So the first speaker will be Justice Antonio Benjamin, who's Chancellor of ICEL, and then later we'll have Mr. Reinhard Kramp, who will talk to us about the Constitutional Court in Germany and the decisions that have been made recently. So please, Justice Antonio Benjamin has the floor.
Well, thank you so much. I was about to ask if you could hear me, but I could hear my own voice.
Yes, we can hear you perfectly.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's a great pleasure to join you, in this case from Beijing. It's very cold here, as you can see from my coat, but I could not miss the opportunity to join this important symposium on harmony with nature. Of course, from a legal perspective. This is another major event organized by my dear colleague, Professor Montse Abad, and the team of Carlos Tercero, ICEL, WCL, the Global Judicial Institute on Environment, and several other institutions. And Professor Abad asked me to say a few words on this concept that I've been developing of planetary judges, which has, as you can imagine, a strong connection with the theme of this event, harmony with nature and peace with nature too. We judges are entities or people that work within jurisdictional boundaries. And this is a problem for the protection of the environment, especially in respect to causes of environmental degradation that go much beyond the territory of the jurisdiction of a particular judge. But it's also relevant to stress that even when judges decide specific cases within her or his jurisdiction, the impacts can go much beyond the boundaries, especially in a river basin, to give one example among many others. So here comes the concept of a planetary judge, meaning that the judge decides one case in her or his jurisdiction, but that case, even if it's a minor deforestation case, or a water contamination, or air pollution, is in fact connected with a much broader space, and in some situations can be the whole country, the whole biome, or even the whole planet. This is something that is different from the concept of international judges. For example, judges from the International Court of Justice or from regional courts like the Inter-American Courts or the European Court of Human Rights in Strasbourg. We are, the concept of planetary judge is one that brings together all judges of the world because at the end of the day, our impact will not be just local. It will not just be in the state or province that we belong to, or the country that we belong to, but as I said, might have repercussions that go much beyond the jurisdictions of our courts. It's true that this concept is one that doesn't have a firm foundation yet in the legislation, but that's the way things are. We begin developing ideas, and then as those ideas are incorporated in our mindset, in the institutional mindset of what we do, that's even more or can be as relevant as changing the constitution of the country or environmental legislation. It's bringing to judges awareness of the impact of her or his decisions in respect to the elements of the environment. This is a picture that gains even more relevance in the context of climate change, because climate is something of all the elements of the environment. It is the one that cannot really be limited to a particular territory. The climate by nature is something that we cannot apprehend, that we cannot capture, we cannot nationalize, and we cannot put it in a box or in a bottle that we call jurisdiction. I could go on, but I was assigned by Professor Abad just 3 minutes, and I would like to respect the boundaries here imposed on me. Again, congratulations to the organizers, to Carlos III University, to ICEL, to the World Commission on Environmental Law, and to the other institutions that are behind this very important event. I just wish I were there, but at least I have the chance, the opportunity, the privilege to participate virtually.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm sure that keeping it brief will make us have the opportunity to question Justice Benjamin in the aftermath of this panel. So right now we have Mr. Reinhard Krapp, who's going to talk to us now on these, excuse me, as another member of the ICEL, and has the floor.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm joining you from Bonn, and it's an honor and a privilege for me to contribute to today's symposium, and I see a few well-known faces. That's a privilege for me to be able to talk to you now. I would like to make some remarks about the decision of 2021 of the German Constitutional Court concerning the fundamental rights of future generations in the field of climate change. This is an interesting and very important subject to think about human rights of people who live in the future. And the German court somehow took this idea and stated that the German Climate Change Act offloaded major emission reduction burdens onto periods after 2030, and therefore on the younger generation. The court stated that the German government has an obligation to protect the future freedoms and fundamental rights of the younger generation, and this results in an obligation to do more already now. The question is, what are the implications and the follow-up of this decision of the Constitutional Court? Our subject today is the role of jurisdictional and quasi-jurisdictional mechanisms in protecting nature, and this falls into this category. The decision laid down some important principles. First, there's a fundamental right to intergenerational justice. and the idea of intertemporal restrictions on freedom. It is unacceptable, according to the court, for the current generation to enjoy privileges at the expense of future and therefore still defenseless generations. Second, the younger generation has the right not to bear the burden of climate change alone. The rights of future generations and the intertemporal safeguarding of freedom in climate protection issues are no longer just general perspectives, but enforceable, subjective public rights at the level of fundamental rights. There's also some discussion in some scientific circles about human rights for future generations. It's most interesting to see in the internet what's going on in this field. The third idea was shifting the CO2 reduction obligations into the future leads to the danger that practically every fundamentally protected freedom of the younger generation is threatened. Subsequent generations can only avoid experiencing irreversible climate change at the price of radical abstinence. Fourth point, it's not permissible to allow the current generation to consume large shares of a limited resource under comparatively mild burdens, if this would at the same time leave a radical burden on future generations and would expose the younger generation to serious losses of freedom. Next point, the decision of the court will probably also extend to other pillars of social life that involve decisions of the present at the expense of future generations. It might apply to social security law, pension provisions, and new government debt. All these areas have an impact on the freedom of future generations. The court's decision is a breakthrough, but a realistic assessment of the current situation in Germany, at least 2 years after the court's decision, is rather sobering. There is up to now not a single case of the German administrative courts which implements in concrete terms the Constitutional Court's decision. On the contrary, some regional courts have even emphasized that the Constitutional Court's decision does not mean that climate protection has any direct effects in the planning considerations of concrete public construction projects. And we must acknowledge that there is even a backward movement in some areas. For example, Germany, due to the Russian-Ukrainian war, Germany was forced to change its existing energy mix, which relied in the past heavily on Russian gas. The German government therefore is now financing the creation of more than a dozen liquid gas terminals close to the North Sea and the Baltic Sea because it needs to secure the energy supply in Germany without the Russian gas. Therefore, conclusion, the immediate concrete impact of the court's decision has been very limited so far. Political and economic constraints like securing energy supply for the German economy exist. Furthermore, the fundamental problem, namely how the CO2 emissions can be phased out in a few years, is still not really solved. On the other hand, on the positive side, the German Constitutional Court has shown that it has the means to influence significantly the German government's general policy. The court has set new standards and principles for climate action and the protection of fundamental rights of the younger generation. And it forced the German government to initiate certain changes of the national climate legislation as far as emission reductions after 2030 are concerned. And there's a lesson for German politicians: do not underestimate the Constitutional Court's power. Thank you very much.
Thank you as well for keeping the presentation brief. We will now open for questions.
Thank you. My name is Ángel Moreno from Carlos III University of Madrid. This is a question for Justice Antonio Benjamin. He presented the idea of judges being planetary actors in the sense that their judgments may have impacts in other parts of the world. But I see also different dangers in this construction. It can enhance the willingness of some judges to become stars or to judicial activism. And when judicial activism takes place, we are confronting the rule of law. The rule of law is clear. All the public powers must be bound by the law. Judges are also parts of the state. They are strict to interpret the law and not thinking as the role they may have in inspiring different doctrines that could eliminate other people in other worlds. Maybe this danger is undermined in the construction of Justice Benjamin. We've seen, for instance, in the Urgenda case, that when the Commercial Court of The Hague was deliberating, there was a huge media pressure on the street. Thousands of people demonstrated, cheering up. That was, in my view, an undue pressure on judges. So if we convince the judges that they are also planetary actors, isn't it the danger that we can enhance or trigger some type of judicial activism, which at the end of the day undermines the consideration of judges as real lawyers and being more than lawmakers or policymakers? This is the danger I see in this. But this is just a provocative counter-argument. Thank you very much.
So maybe another question, and then we can come back to that response. Sorry.
Yeah. Yes. I would like to add more on what it has just been said, and this was told this morning in the panel I was moderating. I totally agree with what has been said right now, and it's also that there is this trend in which there are many, in many jurisdictions, plaintiffs, they are copying models that doesn't accommodate to the legal systems where they are bringing the cases. Like, for example, as it was said this morning, I mentioned that. For example, the case in the European Court on Human Rights, the Agostinho, is a copy and paste of the Juliana case, and the facts are completely different. What happens when the case in the US in 2015 was brought, in which the US has not signed the Kyoto Protocol, and the US has done nothing to fight climate change, whereas the EU has been doing a lot of things. And in addition, there are many cases in jurisdictions that are common law jurisdictions. And here in Europe, most of the countries, we have a civil law system. So, okay, there are cases that are useful, but I mean, this idea of planetary judges, I don't think it can work, because we have different legal traditions, and I don't know why we have to copy everything, because the context and the measures taken by states to fight climate change are completely different from country to country, and that's why in the UNFCCC, and also during the whole negotiations in COPs, there is always coming this principle of common but differentiated responsibilities. So, of course, we have differences in our legal systems, and this has to be taken into consideration when bringing cases to courts.
Thank you so much for the question. If Mr. Krapp wants to answer. Maybe I'd take a stance on the jurisdictional aspect of this question. No? We have another question in the back.
Well, this is a question for Mr. Krapp. When I think about the defense of future generations, I wonder how can these future generations can be represented, first of all, before a court, a tribunal, if there can be a solution of using legal models when, for example, the guardianship model for the representation of future generations. I don't know if you could give us some examples. And also, I would like to ask about the element of proof the causal relationship on climate change litigations, because I think we are in front of a new model of causal relationship model, because on climate change, of course, you cannot know if a state has contributed more or less than other state, or in which certain amount to climate change, and of course you cannot prove exactly the damage or the harm that other state has caused to your life or to your fundamental right. So I don't know if you could enlighten us, explaining how this causal relationship model could be spoken when we are talking about future generations and climate change.
Yes, thank you very much for this question. I try to answer it. Actually, I asked this question myself. Who is representing the future generations? And I think there need to be a lot of discussions in the legal sphere. In the concrete case of the German Constitutional Court, there were 20 or 25 younger people, 20 years old, 25 years old. They went to the court and had their concerns. And they were partly also supported by some famous law companies and also some NGOs. I see that the Secretary General of the United Nations brought forward in September a few ideas. He made a speech in a ministerial conference and he said, on a global scale, we could imagine that the existing trusteeship council could be reorganized. It used to be an organ which represented certain areas in the world who were under the leadership of the Völkerbund, the United Nations. But it has lost function. Therefore, we could make a trusteeship council chamber for future generations. The second idea was he wants to instate or nominate an ombudsman. And he would bring in his concerns when it relates to normal discussions in the United Nations General Assembly or in other organs of the United Nations. Actually, you are right, it's not yet quite clear. And in the concrete case, there were young people who took the initiative and went to the court in Karlsruhe. There's our constitutional court. Thank you.
Right, thank you. More questions? Yes, follow up?
Yes, just one comment on the ombudsman. There was an ombudsman for future generations in Hungary. It was established in 2006, more or less. It was appointed by the Parliament of Hungary. And I recall that during the preparations for Rio Plus 20 in 2012, there was also a proposal to bring the creation of this ombudsman for future generations, but it didn't work. So I don't know now if it is going to work, but at least there is the experience at the national level in Hungary that there was a specific commissioner working on that, he is also a lawyer from Hungary, Sandor Furlor, I think, I know him, but he was doing a very interesting job, and it's something to analyze in order to get some ideas for this potential ombudsman at the international level.
Thank you for that contribution. Are there any more questions? No? That's it. Well, I want to thank the speakers, even though we've had our connection problems. Mr. Krapp, thank you so much for participating in this symposium, and we'll give way to the next panel.
Hello again, everyone. Thank you very much to all the speakers and attendees, because you have provided us with real food for thought. Pax Natura is a 4-year research project, and we will expect to advance in our findings throughout the whole cycle. For now, we present a set of provisional conclusions. The first scheme to be regarded is No, empiezo. Well, hello everyone. Thank you very much to all the speakers and attendees, because you really have provided us with food for thought, and this is a 4-year research project. We expect to reach more conclusions throughout the whole process. But meanwhile, we can provide a set of provisional findings. First, the first item to be addressed is legal conceptual development, the transformative power of law to protect nature and sustain human civilization. As a starting point, in the light of the 3 planetary crises of climate, biodiversity, and pollution, and as well as the crisis of inequality, we could wonder, as Georges Monbiot has done, how we are going to manage to survive until the end of the century. But let's go step by step. These findings revolve around very brief 6 ideas. First, in relation to principles, the absence of a global pact on the environment is hampering new developments, as well as contributing to the uncertainty and unpredictability that still surround legal principles for nature protection. Nevertheless, 2 of the most consolidated principles, prevention and precaution, still have aspects to be explored, making a distinction between duties and responsibilities to influence obligations of conduct and have an impact on results. Second, concerning values, anthropocentrism is still clearly the predominant pattern, although there could be a trend to reinforced ethos with respect to some relevant aspects, for instance, global solidarity, heightened due diligence, or intergenerational equity. Practice still shows lack of consistency. In addition, there is a disjunction between environmental rights and the general rule of law, because while the environmental rule of law has advanced over the last years, democracy has retreated. Third, regarding innovation, law is bringing certain innovative regulatory frameworks, as those referring to the protection of biodiversity, including in the oceans, the right to a healthy environment, renewable energies, control of emissions by the aviation sector, or the way towards the criminalization of ecocide. Moreover, there have been even ontological novelties. mainly linked with the fascinating and vibrant fields of the rights of nature on the one hand and the rights of future generations on the other hand. Both are ongoing developments that claim for addressing specific implementation challenges. Fourth, there is a new international environment, peace, and security agenda, including the developments regarding ecocide and the adoption of the International Law Commission's principles on the protection of the environment in relation to armed conflicts, whose implementation should be promoted at all levels. This new agenda has arrived, paradoxically, almost at the same time than bloody wars, as the ongoing armed conflicts between Palestine and Israel and Ukraine and Russia. Both international wars show lessons, among others, about double standards by states and other relevant actors. Besides, it is worth exploring if the war against Gaza can show an intersection between herbicide, the killing of cities, ecocide, and genocide, or at least with crimes against humanity and war crimes. Fifth, from a legal conceptual perspective, there are still pending issues to be regulated. Thus, an environmental justice lens should help address the unsolved question of environmental refugees, who have not been recognized yet as such at the universal level in the legal theory of norms, despite recent breakthrough case law rulings and regional developments. Another outstanding need relates to the necessity for further attention to a large series of topics. For instance, the gender perspective, the most vulnerable, including marginalized communities, indigenous peoples, psychosocial health, and persons with disabilities, imposition of comprehensive and clear obligations on corporations, or critical raw materials. Finally, common but differentiated responsibilities, depending on the state development level, need to be addressed through further strategic answers with respect to all the planetary crises. And finally, sixth, we are moving at the intersection of legal orders and fields, which adds complexity but also offers new potentialities. Nevertheless, we must be aware that fight against the main evils needs more political will, funding, and the pursuit of more appropriate regulations that are intertwined with the advocacy for a more equalitarian and just world. In sum, regulatory law has had, is having, and will continue to have, in the era of the Anthropocene, catalyzing effects to protect nature and, we hope, to sustain human civilization on planet Earth. Because at the end of the day, as Georges Monbiot also said, never underestimate the power of intrinsic values. They inspire every struggle for a better world. Thank you very much for this first point, and now Professor Carballo will address the second category of conclusions.
So thank you so much also to all the presenters for so many views, so many points, so many interesting opinions, and such a holistic approach. Today was focused on a bottom-up approach. Not really, because we also could see at the beginning in the first session a top-down approach. Both are really complementary, and I think that that was reflected during the 2 days that we are talking about one planet, one environment, and different regulatory aspects that want to modify, want to change what is happening in different ways. The thing is that the reality is entering into the legal field, and that means that a lot of actors are pressuring for seeing a change. In that regard, today, as it was done yesterday, but today from bottom-up approach, from litigation and other jurisdictional and non-jurisdictional mechanisms approach, we saw that we discussed about actors, spaces, resources, conducts, and hands, which is one key point in the Paz Natura project, in both Paz Naturae project. Particularly interesting was the questioning about the actors that are involved. We address how many actors, including civil society and civil society organizations, and of course judges, and we were discussing about the role they are playing in implementing the environmental or developing environmental rule of law. We also been questioning about spaces and recognizing that not all are the same. The case of Antarctica is paramount, but then I entered out also about where to focus landscape. No? We learned today also about landscape as a resource that can be also multisensorial, is basically multisensorial. So we have a new expanding about the concept of resources and how law has to address it. And of course, if we are talking about litigation conduct, behavioral change is critical in this path, and that means that that's actually maybe the main motivation, as we have been learning through the different panels, behind the different cases that have been brought before different jurisdictions. They aim to behavioral change in a way or another way. And last but not the least, of course, Hans, what to do in order to remedy harm and the different mechanisms that can be put into place. So my takeaway from these two very interesting days is that there is a lot still to be done in terms of research. So I wanted to focus or to highlight the significance of having an interdisciplinary research. I think that today's seminar have shown that it's critical to put together different legal fields, because at the same time we are focusing on the same aspect but from different perspectives. And in these sessions we have not only administrative and public and private international law, also legal philosophy, and then the added value of legal anthropology as well. So the second point I want to make is not enough to have this interdisciplinary approach. We need to focus or to move towards a multidisciplinary approach. If we are talking about landscape, multisensoriality, it might be good, and also legal anthropology, to have the views of others on the table. In general, it is not enough for us to expand our research agenda, of course, not only the individual one, but also the collective one. This is a collective endeavor. But being aware that there is a policy agenda behind. That's one aspect that has become clear to me here. Whatever we do, either from the administrative field, the public international law field, the private international field, or any other, we need to be aware of the policy, the policy-driven agenda that it is behind. And maybe thinking about how can we manage to put our research into work, actually going beyond the legal scholarship and moving towards a policy world. So when we talk about multidisciplinarity, absolutely we need to take into consideration that law is part of the policy cycle. And we need to partner with other fields, not only legal, in order to move that policy cycle and then to trigger change in this critical matter for the world. Last but not the least, I think that in these 2 days it has become also clear how important is the educational front of this project. That's something that we need to set up for the future, because it is clear that we need to focus on the education of those actors, our own education. But this political cycle I was talking about, etc., will go anywhere if we do not try to reach the professionals, that are undertaking these activities. Let's say judges, lawyers, and maybe not only them, the civil society in general. That is going too much away because we are not many people, but we need, in my opinion, to strengthen the vocational education as part of this project. So thank you so much for sharing your work, your thoughts. It has been also excellent to have professionals that are not fully engaged in academia, because then you can see the broader aspects of the activities that we are undertaking, and that feeding to one another is crucial for the advancement of the ideas and not just reflecting the status quo, the state of the art. Thank you so much.
Bueno, pues let's turn to Spanish, porque ahora viene un momento muy esperado de estos 2 días, que es el tributo, el homenaje al profesor Parejo. El profesor Parejo forma parte de los cimientos de esta universidad, pero no solo de los cimientos, ha sido una pieza esencial en el origen de esta universidad y durante todos estos años. Es un académico y un profesional brillante, en cuya andadura hay muchos aspectos destacables en lo profesional y en lo personal. Es una persona tremendamente admirada, respetada y querida, y por eso ha recibido ya numerosos homenajes. El de hoy se va a centrar en un aspecto singular, que es el de su excepcional contribución al derecho ambiental, y por eso el Consejo Internacional de Derecho Ambiental, ICEL, por sus siglas en inglés, le quiere dedicar un merecidísimo homenaje, un merecidísimo tributo. Este acto va a ser presentado por el profesor Antonio Descalzo. Él es el director del Instituto Pascual Madoz, en el cual se aloja la Secretaría General Internacional del Consejo Internacional de Derecho Ambiental. Por tanto, lo dejo ya en sus manos. Muchas gracias a todas y a todos.
Gracias, Monse, pero tú te quedas, ¿no?
No,
te quedas.
yo no me quedo. Bueno,
¿No?
estoy ahí todo el tiempo.
¿Dónde me siento yo aquí?
Sí, tú te sientas aquí. Tú lo presides, el profesor Nicolás, y Ángel Martín,
¿Y el profesor Robles? ¿El profesor Robles no está por internet?
Sí.
Y Antonio también, ¿no?
Antonio,
Ah, bueno. Ángel. Pues muy buenos días a todos, muy buenos días a todas. Muchas gracias por estar en este acto final del seminario que vienen ustedes celebrando desde ayer para el reconocimiento, como ha dicho Montserrat Abad, al reconocimiento por la labor desarrollada en el marco del derecho ambiental por el profesor doctor Luciano Parejo Alfonso, catedrático de Derecho Administrativo de esta Universidad Carlos III y presidente de honor del Instituto Pascual Madoz de Ordenación del Territorio, Urbanismo y Medio Ambiente. Bien, como ha dicho Monse, mi papel es solamente el de presentador y no quiero robar minutos a los protagonistas, a los ponentes que van a hablar y después al profesor Luciano Parejo Alfonso. En todo caso, sí que en mi condición de director del Instituto Pascual Madoz, simplemente hacer constar que el Instituto, cuando tuvo conocimiento de este reconocimiento de ICEL en favor del profesor Parejo, pues se reunió y acordó, el Consejo del Instituto acordó por unanimidad unirse, adherirse al mismo, a este reconocimiento, y felicitar al profesor Parejo por el mismo, uno de sus grandes logros, que con independencia de los que comentará mi compañero y amigo, el profesor Ángel Manuel Moreno Molina, pues entre esos logros está justamente el haber fundado el Instituto Pascual Madoz de Ordenación del Territorio, Urbanismo y Medio Ambiente, que es un instituto universitario de la Universidad Carlos III de Madrid, que desarrolla, pues desde su fundación, labores importantes en este sentido, y de hecho colabora con ICEL, que es, como saben, el Consejo Internacional del Derecho Ambiental, que lleva más de 5 décadas trabajando en pro del derecho internacional público, y por lo tanto para nosotros, igualmente, para el Instituto Pascual Madoz y para la Universidad Carlos III, el reconocimiento del profesor Parejo pues también es un gran orgullo. Nuestra felicitación. Y sin más, para no robar mucho más tiempo, en principio, como presentador, las palabras iniciales van a corresponder, si Monse no me contradice, al profesor Nicholas Robinson, que es profesor emérito de la Universidad de Pace de Nueva York, y es el gobernador ejecutivo de ICEL. El ICEL se organiza a través de un consejo de gobernadores, y si internet no miente, cuando he revisado finalmente su organización, aparece como gobernador ejecutivo. Y por lo tanto, aunque no sé dónde está, no sé si está online, está online, pero no sé si no le daríamos la palabra al profesor Nicholas Robinson para que tomara la palabra en este acto. Está en Nueva York, pero está sí, ya he dicho su nombre y su condición. Y ha recordado que está en Nueva York, donde son 7 horas menos, ¿no? 5. 6, 5. Ahora, ya está. Puede comenzar el profesor Robinson.
So, thank you very much. Buenos días a todos. It's a great pleasure to be with you. I wish I were there in person, but I have to be on the audio-video by remote. So I want to congratulate all of the participants and the organizers of this extraordinary symposium. The symposium is dealing with fundamental issues, as we've just heard. The Earth is in transition, physically and geologically and biologically. The societies around the Earth are in transition, and therefore the law and the legal systems have to be in transition. During this time of change, we must try through the rule of law and the courts and our legal education systems to reaffirm the fundamental principles of justice, the fundamental principles of human rights, and of environmental rights that are the basis for a healthy society today and in the future. This is a big challenge. It's a challenge that many have seen coming, but none more clearly than the person we honor today, Professor Dr. Luciano Parejo. Because in sustainability, in identifying how to build a sustainable society, we are dealing with the existential challenge that this conference on the legal systems that can make peace with nature will undertake. These are the 3 triple crises of the climate impacts, the biodiversity loss and their impacts, and ultimately the problems of pollution and corruption of the natural environment through our own wastes. We have the tools today to move away from this image of destruction and sadness. We can, through the Convention on Biological Diversity, implement the vision of the Kunming-Montreal Biodiversity Framework, which calls for a dedication of 30% of the planet in a peaceful relationship with nature by the year 2030. this is a fundamental goal that we can all attain. We have also the great success of finalizing the international agreement for the high seas, the protection of biodiversity in areas beyond national jurisdiction in the oceans. We've been working on this in Spain and in Europe for a long time through the Barcelona Agreement for the protection of the wider Mediterranean Sea. Many of the oceans have regional seas agreements. But we need to bring these same insights onto land. And this is what the great studies and research that has been undertaken at the Universidad Carlos III de Madrid through the Pascal Meadows Institute contributes to our knowledge and building toward a society that can sustain life and sustain our values and our people in harmony with nature. So this vision, this commitment to building academic excellence in finding a new way for society to behave is of fundamental importance not only in Spain but all over the world. The same insights have been recognized in universities in Asia, North and South America, and Africa, and of course Europe. But the leadership comes from those institutions and individuals who have seen the need to do this and have done it before it was popular, before many others were doing it. And this, I think, is a debt we all owe to Luciano Pareo. He saw what was needed for a future generation, and he put it into place. His inspiration has been recognized around the world, but none less than in the Board of Governors of the International Council for Environmental Law. The board has agreed to provide and promulgate a diploma commending him for all of his extraordinary accomplishments in his career, and a certificate, a diploma of this commendation is being provided through Dr. Abed for the Institute to preserve in the Secretariat of the ICEL, and also to present to Dr. Pareo. So I want to thank all of those who have built this tribute today and this conference. It seems to me the symposium itself toward making peace with nature through rethinking our legal systems. This is a tremendous achievement. The project at the university and with ICEL for making peace with nature is breaking new ground. As the lectures we have heard in this symposium reveal, we are thinking some new thoughts about how the future should be shaped, and the research that is being undertaken here is groundbreaking. It goes beyond the question of do we lack a global pact for the environment, but we have the tools and we have the knowledge, we have the systems now, and as was pointed out, we can make multidisciplinary studies a part of this pathway into the future. So with that, I congratulate all at the university who have built the success of this conference. I congratulate the co-sponsors. It's been essential to have these co-sponsors in the Ministry of Science and Information and the other co-sponsors. And I want to encourage all of us and all of you attending this conference to carry this work forward into the future. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, profesor. Muchas gracias al profesor Robinson. Y a continuación, en principio está con nosotros el magistrado del Tribunal Supremo de Brasil, don Antonio Hernán Benjamín, que es el canciller presidente de ICEL, que se encuentra también en línea, en red, porque se encuentra en China. No sé en qué ciudad es, en Pekín, en Beijing, ahora no, antes Pekín, está en Pekín, y creo que también, sí, está con nosotros también en red. Muchísimas gracias, profesor Robinson, y bienvenido, don Antonio. Tiene usted la palabra. Muchas gracias.
Ya, muchas gracias. Yo quería inicialmente decir que es un placer participar en este importante simposio y que yo tengo como mías las palabras del profesor Nicholas Robinson en todo lo que ha dicho sobre la importancia del profesor Luciano Parejo para el derecho. Pero yo como latinoamericano, yo quería decir algo más del impacto de la obra y de las lecciones del profesor Pareja sobre, no solamente en derecho administrativo, pero también en derecho urbanístico, en derecho ambiental, en todo el campo del derecho público, y igualmente con incursiones que para él son incursiones modestas, pero para nosotros no son nada modestas en el derecho privado. El profesor Parejo es un jurista completo, porque además de un conocimiento profundo, tiene un conocimiento creativo. No es alguien que se limita a repetir lo que lo dijeron los clásicos, en el caso del derecho administrativo, desde Otto Meyer. Es alguien que tiene una mente privilegiada en la transformación del derecho, especialmente un derecho administrativo del Estado social, podríamos decir del Estado ecosocial de derecho. Su influencia en mi región es muy grande. Y yo decía que no es solamente por su conocimiento, por su capacidad de innovar en la literatura, en la dogmática jurídica, pero también por su carisma como maestro que cuida de sus alumnos. Son muchos discípulos que él tiene, no solamente en los países de lengua española de mi región, pero también de Brasil. Todos nosotros tenemos esta deuda de gratitud con este gran jurista. Y yo creo que este momento, así, en que tenemos juristas tanto de common law como de civil law de varias partes del mundo, no podría ser más apropiado como una forma de reconocimiento muy simples de este trabajo de toda una vida de un jurista extraordinario. De aquí, de donde estoy, yo quería en espíritu decir que estoy ahí con los discípulos, siempre alumnos del profesor Luciano, pero también con su familia. Su hija Teresa es una amiga muy querida. Pero antes de conocer a Teresa, yo ya conocía de los libros este gran jurista, este jurista extraordinario. El mundo del derecho de mi región, de Europa, de todas partes, debe mucho a su trabajo. Y claro, es un trabajo que continúa. Mientras retirado la mente creativa que él tiene, su capacidad de buscar nuevas fronteras, de explorar nuevas fronteras para el derecho público, es realmente algo magnífico. Felicitaciones, querido maestro, querido profesor. Nosotros estamos todos muy agradecidos por su contribución a la dogmática, pero también a la enseñanza del derecho administrativo, del derecho público y del derecho en general. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, don Antonio, por sus palabras y por su presencia con nosotros en este acto. Bien, y a continuación la palabra la tendrá el profesor Ángel Manuel Moreno Molina, que es catedrático de Derecho Administrativo de la Universidad Carlos III de Madrid e investigador también del Instituto Pascual Madó, pues también desde sus inicios, querido compañero y amigo, que va a hacer la semblanza, en tanto cuanto que él es igualmente un investigador, un estudioso del derecho ambiental, pues qué mejor que él para poder hacer una semblanza del profesor Parejo en relación con la labor que él ha desplegado en este ámbito y en este sentido, que es el reconocimiento de ICEL. Sin más, Ángel Manuel, tienes la palabra.
Muchas gracias, profesor Descalzo. Cuando me contactaron los organizadores para intervenir en este acto, me propusieron que hiciera una semblanza del profesor Parejo Alfonso desde su contribución al derecho medioambiental. Bueno, es una tarea que me es extremadamente sencilla, pero difícil al mismo tiempo. Sencilla porque, dada la enorme amplitud de la producción bibliográfica y científica del profesor Parejo, es muy fácil identificar sus muchas contribuciones al derecho medioambiental. Y es difícil porque, dado que la mayoría de los que estamos aquí conocemos ya las excelencias del profesor Parejo, me resulta extraordinariamente difícil decir algo novedoso y que no sepáis ya. No voy a abundar en las virtudes que ya se han pronunciado por los anteriores intervinientes y que somos todos ellos conocedores de ellos. Es un especial acto también para mí porque siento una especial emoción al intentar glosar la figura de quien ha sido mi mentor, mi maestro durante tantos años y que tanto me ha inspirado en sus escritos y del que he intentado ser modesto, aunque imperfecto, discípulo. Los méritos generales del profesor Parejo son sobradamente conocidos y, como saben, tiene un esfuerzo ciclópeo de producciones que se explica en virtud de diferentes teorías. Yo apoyo aquella que dice que tiene un hermano gemelo que trabaja por las noches y que da a la imprenta cosas que un ser humano normalmente no podría hacer en solo 24 horas, ¿no? Las cifras son realmente contundentes, ¿no? 40 libros o monografías, más de 200 capítulos escritos en obras colectivas, 190 artículos en revistas científicas, ha dirigido numerosas obras colectivas y tesis doctorales, ha sido recompensado con diversas condecoraciones, premios, doctorados honoris causa, medallas de honor otorgadas por diferentes países e instituciones, miembro de diversas academias de las letras, ciencias políticas y jurídicas de varios países latinoamericanos. Y esto está sacado de un currículum que preparamos para la obra colectiva que confeccionamos en su honor, pero luego se ha ido enriqueciendo aún más, con lo cual estas cifras ya han quedado desactualizadas. El profesor Parejo, como sabéis, ha prestado atención a numerosos campos materiales del derecho administrativo, y no solamente del derecho administrativo, sino del derecho público en general. Yo creo que no es simplemente un administrativista, sino un ius publicista, y que no se ha quedado solo en los campos del derecho administrativo positivo, sino que ha hecho numerosas incursiones en campos de la teoría del derecho constitucional. Yo creo que es una representación viva de aquel brocado germánico según el cual el derecho administrativo es derecho constitucional concretizado. También me gustaría destacar algo que no viene en los currículums y es el carácter del profesor Parejo. Todos los que hemos tenido el privilegio de gozar de su amistad, pues conocemos su bonomía, su generosidad, su accesibilidad. Siempre me ha sorprendido que en mitad de las miles de cosas que llevabas en tus responsabilidades académicas o profesionales, siempre había tiempo para un café. Era una palabra mágica. ¿Quieres un café? Y él siempre decía que sí, lo cual era una posibilidad para poder beber de su sabiduría y de su experiencia. Pero a mí me gustaría destacar una virtud, que es su humildad, que no es una nota impostada de muchas personas que pretenden serlo, sino que lo es de verdad. Yo sé que él está sufriendo en este momento porque tiene un carácter refractario a los homenajes, pero durará poco, durará poco. Quiero leer en voz alta, me voy a permitir la libertad de leer en voz alta el fragmento de un correo electrónico que me escribió hace unos días y dice textualmente:
Te agradezco que hayas aceptado la difícil tarea, entre paréntesis, por ausencia de méritos suficientes en mi caso, cierro paréntesis, de justificar el acto del próximo martes. Bueno, este es el profesor Parejo de verdad. Yo creo que le cuesta mucho y recuerdo que cuando le entregamos de sorpresa el libro homenaje se sintió realmente sobrepasado. Yo sé que lo pasa mal con estos homenajes. Bueno, me voy a centrar exclusivamente dentro de su importante contribución a lo que sería el derecho medioambiental, dado que este es un congreso seminario de derecho medioambiental. Yo creo que podemos identificar en esta contribución diferentes planos o niveles. El más evidente es su dimensión doctrinal, es decir, el de producción bibliográfica. Aquí, como hacen las diferentes convocatorias de la NECA, podríamos también diferenciar entre capítulos de libros y libros dirigidos, artículos, y solamente en lo que respecta al puro derecho medioambiental, porque luego lo diré, que no es solamente cómo ha cultivado el derecho medioambiental, sino disciplinas anejas y que son imprescindibles para la aplicación práctica del derecho ambiental en la vida, como es el derecho urbanístico. Solamente en este campo, digo, de estricto derecho ambiental, ya en el año 95 intervino en aquel famoso y añorado Congreso Nacional del Derecho Ambiental que se celebró en Sevilla, que contó con la presidencia de por aquel entonces el príncipe de Asturias, y él compartió mesa con grandes maestros también que ahora ya no están con nosotros, como don Ramón Martín Mateo y otros maestros, desarrollando una contribución que luego tomó cuerpo de capítulo en obra colectiva denominado Ordenación del Territorio y Medio Ambiente. Esta es una contribución que ya alude a lo que ha sido una línea directriz genérica en su producción, hermanar, ensamblar estos dos campos que en principio son diferentes, campos del derecho administrativo especial distintos, pero que él ha tenido la gran clarividencia y la gran solvencia científica de hermanar en cuanto a sus bases y en cuanto a sus principios inspiradores. Después siguen un montón de contribuciones, un capítulo en la obra Derecho Comunitario del Medio Ambiente, que fue el resultado también de unas charlas que se elaboraron en la Carlos III con financiación de la Comisión, y él desarrolló el tema que está publicado en McGraw-Hill 1996, Origen y desarrollo del derecho ambiental en el ordenamiento comunitario europeo. Todos conocéis también la conexión del profesor Parejo con el derecho de la Unión, y luego ha participado, como diré luego, en la traducción, en la que tuvo el honor de contribuir en la traducción la famosa monografía del profesor alemán Ludwig Kremer, Tratado de la Comunidad y Derecho Ambiental, publicado en la editorial Pons. Siguiendo con este rápido repaso de sus contribuciones más importantes, viene la protección del patrimonio inmobiliario histórico y la ordenación urbanística. Aquí tenemos otro elemento que no forma parte de lo que se llama ahora core, ¿no?, del derecho ambiental clásico, pero que en una interpretación laxa también forma parte del medio ambiente, que es el patrimonio histórico. Protección de los espacios naturales y gobierno local del territorio, ve la luz en el año 99, el derecho al medio ambiente y la actuación de la administración pública, en el año 2003, la summa divisio de las cosas públicas, el patrimonio de las administraciones públicas y el dominio público. Esta es una idea también muy potente del profesor Parejo, donde revisa la teoría clásica del dominio público, describiéndolo no simplemente como una propiedad, no siendo el Estado simplemente un propietario del dominio, sino como una técnica de exclusión del dominio público del negocio jurídico para protegerlo y darle así un estatus que luego conecta en una obra posterior con la teoría o, digamos, doctrina de los países anglosajones de los Global Commons. Es importante también dentro de su obra científica sus dos manuales, como sabéis, lecciones del derecho administrativo, que ya el profesor Parejo me dirá cuántas ediciones van, 16 ya, si no me equivoco, de las lecciones, 16.
Parte general.
Esta es la parte general, aunque dentro de la parte general no solamente es la parte general, sino también incluye todo lo que es el derecho administrativo genérico, sino que, quiero destacar, a partir del año 2010 publica su obra dedicada a los diferentes sectores de la actividad administrativa. Lecciones de Derecho Administrativo, Orden Económico y Sectores de Referencia. Y ahí incluye primero un capítulo, luego dos, sobre la protección del medio ambiente. Con lo cual, la protección ambiental forma parte de una visión sistémica del derecho administrativo, una parte especial del derecho administrativo y que se explicita o se explica desde la teoría general del derecho administrativo. No quiere decir que el derecho ambiental sea solo derecho administrativo, dado que los administrativistas se nos acusa muchas veces de imperialistas. Es verdad que en el derecho ambiental hay derecho civil, hay derecho penal, hay derecho internacional privado, pero es verdad que en la concepción constitucional sistémica del derecho ambiental que tenemos en España es fundamentalmente una responsabilidad y una obligación de los poderes públicos, administrativo-ejecutivos, que se materializa en la vida a través de las técnicas típicas del derecho administrativo. De ahí que en esa obra el derecho ambiental conviva con la ordenación del territorio, conviva con la ordenación urbanística, conviva con los transportes y otros sectores de la actividad administrativa. En el año 2015 inspira, dirige y escribe un brillante estudio preliminar que se va a llamar Cambio climático, riesgo global e innovación continuada. Que el profesor Parejo siempre le ha gustado no solamente quedarse, no es un ratón de reglamento, sino que siempre le ha gustado trascender la normativa y beber en los principios informadores. Hay una serie de ideas fuerzas que le son queridos, como la idea de progreso, la idea de riesgo global y la idea de innovación, que combina hábilmente en este capítulo. Respecto de sus artículos en revistas, ya en el año 83 publica en la RAP, algo que ya había comentado antes, un ensayo de reconstrucción del dominio público, año 1983. En el año 92, para la revista alemana Deutsches Verwaltungsblatt, un artículo llamado, traduzco del alemán, Protección ambiental y derecho ambiental en España. Y luego lo que considero que es una de sus aportaciones fundamentales en la revista Ciudad y Territorio, que es algo que quería poner una nota a pie de página también. Dentro de su generosidad intelectual, destaca del profesor Parejo que no se ha dejado llevar por las corrientes modernas, donde ya solo publicamos en revistas clasificados en el tercer percentil de la ECR de no sé qué, pensando que nos lo va a valorar bien la ANE, que nos va a dar el... El profesor Parejo ha escrito, sin importarle mucho, creo yo, el impacto, ha escrito en la revista de la Universidad de Antofagasta, de muchos sitios que no están necesariamente jerarquizados o ranqueados. En la revista Ciudad y Territorio, del año 1992, publica su obra La fuerza transformadora de la ecología y el derecho, hacia el estado ecológico de derecho. Esto me parece que es una contribución fundamental, dado que él hace primero una aproximación al paradigma del Estado de Derecho clásico, lo conecta con la idea de progreso y detecta como uno de sus principales fallos el homocentrismo, que él llama egocentrismo, en la medida en que la naturaleza es un exterior o mundo exterior, que es dominado por el hombre, y en virtud de esa prioridad de valores, todos los conflictos de intereses en presencia se resuelven en favor de lo que es mejor, más cómodo, más útil al hombre. Entonces él aboga por una revisión de este paradigma, inspirándose en sus queridos profesores alemanes, entre ellos Klaus Bosselmann, con su obra Im Namen der Natur, en nombre de la naturaleza, y propone un cambio de paradigma. Se habló en la primera de las sesiones de este congreso de antropocentrismo, el ponente que estaba aquí, él indica que esta es una de las, posiblemente la causa que explica el fracaso del sistema para resolver adecuadamente la crisis medioambiental, aboga por la atribución de personalidad jurídica a entidades que no la tienen, como la naturaleza, como los animales, para intentar, digamos, escapar de esa visión reduccionista que impide una adecuada respuesta a la crisis medioambiental, y después establece una serie de principios para establecer este nuevo concepto, Estado ecológico de derecho, que se corresponde precisamente con el título de aquella primera mesa, Strengthening Environmental Rule of Law, y decíamos, no sabemos qué quiere decir, ¿no? O cómo traducir Environmental Rule of Law. Bueno, pues es esto, es el Estado ecológico de derecho, y esto es una idea que ya propugnaba hace 30 años el profesor Parejo en esta importante contribución. Bueno, el tiempo se me agota, después vienen un montón de publicaciones que no solamente son de puro derecho ambiental, sino que conectan directamente con el derecho urbanístico y surge así el concepto de medio ambiente urbano. La mayoría de la población mundial vive en ciudades y el derecho al medio ambiente, sobre todo el derecho a una ciudad sostenible, una ciudad donde el medio ambiente es eficaz. Y eso solo se puede conseguir o no se puede conseguir sin la ayuda del derecho urbanístico. Y ahí es donde muchos ambientalistas fallamos, porque no tenemos esa preparación, no tenemos esa formación. Y él la tiene, él tiene esa formación que ya viene de su tesis doctoral. Entonces, evidentemente, este medio ambiente urbano sostenible o digno se consigue a través de técnicas propias que no son del derecho ambiental puro, sino del derecho urbanístico, estándares, alturas, distancias, normas de edificación, etc. Por lo tanto, es un intento, a mi juicio exitoso, de maridar dos campos de la actividad administrativa que van unidos por el mismo fin teleológico de garantizar el derecho al medio ambiente adecuado. ¿Qué decir de de su dirección de obras colectivas? Por ejemplo, en 1999, Derecho Canario de los Recursos Naturales, territorial y urbanística, o el derecho ante la innovación y los riesgos derivados del cambio climático, del que ya he hablado anteriormente. Bueno, aparte de esta dimensión bibliográfica, está la dimensión de promoción o facilitación del conocimiento del derecho medioambiental. El profesor Parejo, se ha dicho aquí, es el creador, se puede decir así, no formal, pero inspirador del Instituto Pascual Madoz, al que ya se llamó desde el principio del territorio, urbanismo y medio ambiente. Ya desde el principio esta idea fuerza cobró suelo y se manifestó, por ejemplo, en los dos principales programas de formación, el máster en Política Territorial y Urbanística desde el 92 y luego, al año siguiente, el máster en Política y Gestión Medioambiental, que estuvo en vigor durante más de 26 años y por cuyas aulas pasaron cientos de alumnos de multitud de países. Como director de revistas que no son estrictamente medioambientales, ha alentado o dirigido trabajos del derecho ambiental o que tienen conexión con el derecho medioambiental. Por ejemplo, un estudio sobre la conexión entre el planeamiento urbanístico y la evaluación ambiental estratégica, o sobre la directiva del planeamiento del espacio marítimo. Dos nuevos ejemplos de cómo medio ambiente y ordenación del territorio y urbanismo van de la mano. Es miembro del Consejo Editorial de Revistas Científicas, entre las que destaca el Journal for European Environmental Planning Law de la editorial Lexion. Por último, no me gustaría dejar esta intervención sin hablar de su papel, de lo que el profesor Parada en su contribución a su obra colectiva llamó legislador en la sombra, y es que, como todos sabemos, el profesor Parejo ha tenido una destacada intervención en la redacción de iniciativas legales en las cuales ha impulsado consideraciones ambientales en sectores anejos de la intervención administrativa, como es el urbanismo y el medio ambiente. Baste como botón de muestra la redacción de las leyes de suelo del 2007 y 2008, donde han tenido cabida los principios de ordenación urbanística sostenible o las bases medioambientales del uso del suelo, que es una construcción que evidentemente le debemos a él. Y por último, que ya me he excedido un poco, la última dimensión es la de su magisterio y su ejemplo, de la cual pues algunos de los que estamos aquí hemos intentado humildemente ser fiel testigos. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, profesor Ángel Manuel Moreno Molina. Y ahora, de acuerdo con el programa establecido, pues invito al profesor Luciano Parejo Alfonso para que unas palabras de aceptación del reconocimiento del premio de ICEL en materia medioambiental. Profesor Parejo. Aquí mismo. Sí.
Buenas tardes. Les confieso que estoy un poco abrumado porque en mi conciencia no está tener méritos lo suficientemente relevantes como para esta distinción, que obviamente obedece solamente a la benevolencia de la codirectora Montserrat Abad, que habrá propiciado, supongo, y de los gobernadores del Consejo. Pero eso no me impide agradecer, por supuesto, con toda sinceridad, esta distinción y, por supuesto, expresar mi reconocimiento tanto a Montserrat Abad como al Consejo de ICEL, del Consejo de Gobernadores, y, por supuesto, al director del Instituto Pascual Madoz, y no en último lugar, sino en primero, a la generosísima presentación que me ha hecho el profesor Moreno Molina. Bueno, voy a decir dos cosas nada más, un poco para justificar mi presencia en este lugar, ¿no? Alguna reflexión sobre la evolución, en el caso español, del derecho ambiental y, por lo tanto, de mi escasísima contribución a esa evolución. Yo creo que la labor primera en España sobre el derecho medioambiental respondió a la necesidad de sistematizar este sector que había emergido y se había desarrollado de una manera extraordinariamente rápida, pero muy desordenada, de tal manera que era necesario identificar sus instituciones, las técnicas instrumentales de que se servía, para intentar encuadrarlas en las instituciones generales del sistema jurídico-administrativo, haciéndolas así beneficiarias del acervo jurídico que éstas portaban y, por tanto, poder a partir de ahí potenciar, digamos, sobre esa base la operatividad práctica de las instituciones específicas ambientales. Paralelamente, digamos, pero en la misma línea, había que extraer del orden medioambiental constitucional español todas sus posibilidades. En cuanto constitutivo de un marco en el que había que justificar absolutamente todas las técnicas, ¿no? Marco que está complementado por todos los tratados internacionales y a partir de 1985 con el derecho originario europeo, que si bien es escaso en este terreno, no obstante ha posibilitado, ha otorgado soporte al desarrollo de un derecho derivado, digamos, enorme, que dotado de supremacía ha impulsado el desarrollo interno, el progreso, podríamos decir, del derecho medioambiental español. Y el segundo reto a que respondió la evolución, la creación y evolución inicial del derecho ambiental, a mi juicio, y en esto coincido con el profesor Moreno Molina, es la centrada en el campo de la ordenación del territorio y el urbanismo, en cuanto que instrumentos absolutamente decisivos para asegurar la racionalidad de la utilización de todos los recursos naturales y la efectividad de las políticas de preservación de los espacios naturales y de la biodiversidad en general. En particular, que es una de mis preocupaciones, del suelo como locus, digamos, del ecosistema esencial a todos los ecosistemas. De tal manera que en esta línea de actuación ha estado dirigida en un sentido, digamos, de decantación de los derechos, puesto que el orden constitucional aquí es pura directriz y necesita, para traducirse en derechos subjetivos accionables ante los tribunales, de la contribución del legislador ordinario. Y en este orden de cosas yo creo que son constatables avances significativos, sobre todo en la doctrina científica, pero también en la jurisprudencia ordinaria, aunque no así, lamentablemente, en el Tribunal Constitucional, dejando a salvo la extraordinaria sentencia 102/1995 de 26 de junio, pero que es una sentencia aislada en un panorama, ya digo, de enjuiciamiento no positivo, ¿no? O no enteramente positivo. Pero, en fin, dejando dicho esto, hay mucha tarea ahora por cumplir, porque la situación actual dista de ser positiva, satisfactoria. Aunque pudo haber satisfacción en el momento inicial de promulgación de la Constitución, porque su orden medioambiental pues parecía constituir un avance. Lo cierto es que este orden ambiental no ha podido mantener el paso con la ulterior evolución que ha sido muy rápida, y sobre todo desde la emergencia de los efectos del cambio climático. Esa evolución ha puesto crudamente de manifiesto la necesidad de otorgar un mayor soporte a la acción configuradora en un contexto de incertidumbre. Muchos son los países, digamos, que han consagrado, entre tanto, principios y reglas mucho más avanzados que los del derecho español. Desde luego en Europa, pero también y sobre todo en Iberoamérica y en Europa. Recientemente, digamos, el ejemplo paradigmático es Alemania. En cambio, nuestra experiencia histórica constitucional nos ha venido impidiendo toda modificación, toda reforma de nuestro texto fundamental, y este es un bloqueo que, a la vista del clima político actual, no parece que vaya a ser fácilmente superado. Pero hubo una esperanza, porque se interpuso un recurso contencioso administrativo directo ante el Tribunal Supremo por 5 organizaciones ecologistas, entre ellas Greenpeace España y Oxfam Intermón, más 5 personas a título personal, impugnando el Plan Nacional Integrado de Energía y Clima. Y digo que esta era una ocasión muy propicia para un paso hacia adelante, y eso permitía albergar cierta esperanza, a pesar de un no muy afortunado planteamiento del recurso. Pero no ha habido tal salto cualitativo adelante, ni aún en un extremo que era muy esperado, que era la conexión entre la acción medioambiental y los ciertos derechos fundamentales, expandiendo la doctrina que ya tenía el Tribunal Constitucional de la vinculación entre el espacio de intimidad domiciliaria y determinados derechos fundamentales, a la luz de la jurisprudencia del Tribunal de Luxemburgo. Pero, en fin, no ha habido nada de eso. La sentencia reciente de 24 de julio de 2023, de este año, ha desestimado todas las pretensiones que se habían deducido, considerando que el plan impugnado se ajusta perfectamente a la ley de cambio climático y a su través del derecho europeo establecido en cumplimiento del Convenio de París, sin apreciación tampoco de infracción directa de ese convenio. Y este resultado, a mi juicio, se debe a que el tribunal se ha refugiado, negándose así a avanzar en la exacta cuestión de la naturaleza jurídica de los planes, a pesar de que la ocasión era muy propicia por el tipo de plan de que se trataba, en su doctrina de la condición de normas reglamentarias de esos planes y la reducción, por tanto, de su régimen de invalidez a supuestos tasados de nulidad y, consecuentemente, con ese refugio, a acudir a la prohibición legal a los tribunales como regla general de determinar la forma en que han de quedar determinadas las normas que decidan los propios tribunales anular. Pero, en fin, si esto es criticable, mucho más, a mi juicio, lo es el apartamiento de su propia doctrina por parte del tribunal, sin confesarlo, al pronunciarse sobre la concurrencia o no de vicio, de nulidad en el plan, por haberse efectuado la evaluación estratégica en un momento muy avanzado de la tramitación de su aprobación. ¿Por qué? Porque la doctrina bien establecida por el propio tribunal es que esa evaluación estratégica hay que hacerse desde el inicio mismo del procedimiento, lo antes posible. Y sin embargo aquí no lo aplica, porque afirmando en el caso que solo provocan nulidad los vicios formales que tienen trascendencia sobre el contenido de lo aprobado, admite la evaluación efectuada porque al haberse realizado antes de la aprobación, nada habría impedido su consideración en esa aprobación, pero ni siquiera indaga al tribunal de si efectivamente se consideró o no se consideró. En fin, no es consuelo que situación muy parecida se dé en nuestro contexto europeo y singularmente, lo voy a poner como ejemplo porque ya lo he citado antes, en Alemania, porque es un país que ha hecho una reforma constitucional reciente que ha colocado su derecho medioambiental mucho más avanzado que el nuestro. Y esto a pesar de la famosísima sentencia del Tribunal Federal Constitucional de 24 de marzo de 2021, alabada por todos como la más importante de las sentencias dictadas por el Tribunal. ¿Y esto por qué? Pues porque a pesar de enfatizar determinadas consideraciones y efectuar grandes afirmaciones a lo largo de su fundamentación, que ciertamente son de elogiar, luego acaba desestimando todas las pretensiones deducidas y solamente admitiendo una pretensión accesoria respecto de las medidas a adoptar, no hasta 2030, sino a partir de 2030, y decir que, en fin, que esas medidas tendrían que ser adoptadas por el Parlamento y no por el Gobierno como estaba previsto. Y, por tanto, no puede sorprender que por debajo los tribunales administrativos alemanes, con carácter general, hayan continuado desestimando todas las pretensiones en este campo. Mayor esperanza suscita la posición de la... en fin, no tengan ustedes miedo, estoy terminando ya. O sea que, mayor esperanza suscita, yo creo, la posición de la Unión Europea, incluso en el plano internacional, lo demuestra su posición en la reciente COP de Dubái. Pero esa posición se corresponde en el plano supranacional interno con el acuerdo del pasado de noviembre entre las instituciones sobre el proyecto de la que se conoce ya como Ley Europea de la recuperación de la naturaleza mediante la restauración efectiva de todos los ecosistemas. Los ecosistemas marinos, los ecosistemas terrestres, en fin, todos. ¿Por qué? Porque supone la asunción de la perspectiva ecosistémica por primera vez y de los principios de progresión continuada en la protección de todos esos ecosistemas, incluidos, y esto es muy importante, los urbanos. Siendo muy probable que esto llegue a ser norma, dado el acuerdo entre las instituciones, cuando se apruebe, esto ha de desencadenar un proceso de reconsideración de los ordenamientos internos, desde luego, a mi juicio, del español, aunque no se retoque nuestra Constitución, y especialmente el sistema de ordenación territorial y urbanista. Es verdad que nuestro sistema de ordenación se ha ido adecuando, me voy a saltar este aspecto porque no quiero cansarles, se ha ido adecuando al marco europeo, introduciendo principios y reglas de sensibilidad medioambiental muy importantes. Pero si se examina desde hoy, lo cierto es que, por ejemplo, todavía no ha interiorizado cuáles son las consecuencias que se derivan de la Ley de Cambio Climático del 2021 y vista desde esta perspectiva actual, nuestro sistema de ordenación territorial urbanística muestra, a mi juicio, un retraso bastante acusado, planteando, por tanto, un reto de puesta al día, ¿no? especialmente, y de nuevo aquí porque esta es una preocupación mía, una renovación de la mirada sobre el suelo en cuanto a soporte común de todas las formas de vida. Suelo que no puede seguir contemplándose como mero soporte neutro de las acciones edificatorias o urbanizadoras consideradas sin más de mayor valor. Como ha llamado la atención ya hace algún tiempo Bruno Latour, en el suelo indispensable para la vida se concentran todos los ecosistemas vivos. Y si lo miramos desde el punto de vista de nuestros artículos 45.2 y 47 de la Constitución, el suelo es bastante más que un recurso escaso precisado de utilización racional. Es un medio vivo y dinámico y es decisivo para todas las formas de vida restantes, incluida, por supuesto, la humana. Y, por tanto, esto demanda que sea preservado en su estado y situación o en la máxima medida posible, cuando deba ser utilizado, reutilizado, lo que se traduce en la evitación o limitación al máximo de la ocupación por la urbanización y la construcción. Ya el Parlamento Europeo en su día fijó como objetivo una ocupación neta de suelo para 2050. ¿Y por qué es esto así? Porque la urbanización y la construcción esterilizan el suelo y sellan y trastornan su comunicación natural con la atmósfera y los fenómenos que en ella ocurren, con las consecuencias consiguientes y que, por desgracia, venimos ya experimentando. Se trata, por lo tanto, de importantísimos retos y una gran tarea que está por realizar y que deberemos seguir contribuyendo a ella en la medida de nuestras posibilidades. Gracias por oírme. Muchas gracias. Seco, totalmente.
Muchas gracias, profesor Luciano Parejo Alfonso. Y ahora...
Bueno, muchísimas gracias. Esto se ha acabado, Antonio.
Bueno, pues muchísimas gracias a todos. Y no sé si Monse quiere clausurar el simposio o lo damos por...
Estaba previsto que lo hiciera el profesor Robinson.
Por eso, entonces...
Pues
entonces nosotros levantamos esta mesa y ahora ya entonces, muchísimas gracias. Ahora simplemente quedarían las palabras de clausura del simposio del profesor Robinson. Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias, Monse. Gracias.
Professor Robinson and Justice Benjamin were going to make the closing remarks for this symposium. Hago una pausa para decir que todas las personas que están en la sala están invitadas a comer, una planta más abajo en la cantina. Bien. Professor Robinson, are you still there? Yeah. So the floor is yours to make your closing remarks. As far as
yes, I'm still here.
Sorry.
I want to congratulate all of the participants and the individuals who have presented at each of the panels. This has been an extraordinary symposium. I think we've entered into a new area of dialogue about the environment and about where the environment has to be in the future. It's not the environment. The physical environment will take care of itself. The Earth is changing as the cryosphere melts, as all the ice in the Arctic and the Antarctic melts. The water that used to be frozen above the ground is now shifting into the oceans. And this means the weight on the tectonic plates around the Earth has been shifting. The weight is no longer in the glaciers in the high mountains or in the two poles, the North and South Pole. The weight is now shifted into the oceans, and this is moving the tectonic plates. As the tectonic plates shift with the weight shift, the areas where they meet have earthquakes and new areas where the molten lava in the middle of the earth comes to the surface. So in Southeast Asia, in the area called the Ring of Fire, we now have more earthquakes. Right now in Iceland, in the southwest part of Iceland, there is an earthquake at the level of the Richter 4 scale for measuring earthquakes every 10 minutes, 24 hours a day, where the North Atlantic tectonic plate meets the European tectonic plate. Literally, Iceland is changing physically with the shift of weight from the poles into the oceans. And of course, we also know that this melting of the water is causing sea level rise. This is having an extraordinarily difficult impact on small island states and on archipelagos. Indonesia has lost about 1,000 islands. I mean, they don't exist anymore. They're underwater. And many areas where the deltas come out into the sea, like Bangladesh, have lost substantial areas where people lived. We see this in the Mississippi River Delta in the Gulf of Mexico. Entire towns are disappearing. So this sea level rise is having an impact immediately. It's also having an impact on the shores of large areas, such as the coasts of Spain or the coasts of Portugal, the coasts of Africa, the coasts of North and South America. It's all shifting. And this shift also brings about other environmental changes. We can go into a whole litany of changes that the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change has documented and presented to the United Nations and all nations. But we can look at it also from a human point of view. What is happening when an extreme storm causes tremendous damage? The floods in Pakistan 2 years ago that flooded 1/3 of Pakistan and eliminated the housing, the cities, the hospitals, the clinics, the schools. That still exists. We've not been able to rebuild that 1/3 of Pakistan yet. It's an ongoing crisis. And we see that when droughts come and we lose the water and the extreme heat begins to drive people away from places where they lived for many generations. So in the southwest of the United States, the states of New Mexico and Arizona and parts of the country of Mexico become too hot to live. It's happening in parts of the Gulf right now, where the COP28 was just held, the Conference of the Parties for the Climate Change Agreements. This part of the world is already too hot in the summertime, and it will become more problematic as a home for humans. So when I talk about the fact that the Earth is changing, it's not a philosophical discussion. I tell some of my younger students, well, you know, this is the most exciting time to study ecology and to be an ecologist, because you will make a new scientific discovery every year of your work. And that's because we are living in a new planet. We are living in a changing planet. And what challenge does this bring back to those of us that teach law, that study law, that are judges, that are people trying to understand law? When the International Council of Environmental Law was established in 1969 in New Delhi, environmental law did not exist. We created a council to help bring a new body of law into existence. It was both the mother and the father and the midwife all combined. And all around the world, individuals and legal societies, legislatures have decided they must build environmental law. This is why the UN Environment Program was created at the 1972 Stockholm Conference on the Human Environment. And over the years, it has created the basis for the environmental rule of law. And through cooperation, not through regulation, but through cooperation, has worked with every country in the world to build up the capacity to deal with this changing planet. There's something called the Montevideo Action Plan, which began in Uruguay through the UN Environment Program. But every 5 years they have a new action plan, and it's all based on building the capacity to cope with environmental change. So the Uruguay Montevideo program builds capacity. It trains the civil servants, it trains the diplomats, it trains the scholars who have to work on these things. The IUCN Academy of Environmental Law was created through the International Union for the Conservation of Nature, through its Commission on Environmental Law, to provide a home for all the universities in the world, so they could share best practices and share their research and share their commitment to training the next generation of young lawyers and jurists on how to apply the law to cope with the changes on the planet. There are terrestrial changes that require new urban planning and new kinds of design, but they are also changes that deal with the atmosphere. How many of our laws think about regulating the atmosphere? Yes, we think about air pollution sometimes. We think about kinds of impacts on the local atmosphere, but we are changing the entire atmosphere of the planet Earth. We are shifting the hydrologic cycle. We are shifting the carbon cycle. We are shifting the nitrogen cycle. And as these historic cycles change, life on the planet changes. Life in our cities, life in our countryside has to change as well. So many governments still, and people within governments, political parties, don't believe this is happening. They may say intellectually they acknowledge it's happening, but if they believed it is happening, they'd start to change their behavior. When they fail to change the behavior and an extreme weather condition comes, they have a massive flood, well, they're literally, they must move. They've lost their habitat, if you will, and they have to shift. So just as we see the birds and the fish changing their habitat, migrating in different ways, or failing to migrate when their systems for migration are eliminated, humans are going to have to migrate. We're not doing a good job at migration, because we see now a large movement of people from continent to continent who are migrants, refugees, if you will, or people who hope for a better life for their families and arrive on our shores uninvited. This is causing great political strife around the world. And that should cause us in the environmental law area and those who study ecological law to begin to be rather concerned about how can we help society adapt to the new conditions that our scientists tell us exist. Environmental law is not a static field. It is a field that must be dynamic. I think we see the effect of that dynamism in the decision of the UN General Assembly to recognize that there is a human right to the environment. We see it in the decision of the General Assembly to adopt the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. And this provides us with a blueprint, a framework, a philosophical, but also a policy and also a legal framework for guiding society as we go through the changes to make peace with nature. It will not be easy. No one said protecting society from its own dark side, from its own evil ways, is an easy challenge. Our religions have been trying to guide us away from these bad sides of human behavior for millennia. And to some extent, of course, we know how to do it. We have the ethical frameworks to do it, but we must constantly work on the failures or the lapses in those ethical frameworks. So there's a fundamental policy and moral element. There are some who would say, well, let's simply put together a new framework that can solve all these problems. And I'm quite open to that debate. I think it's going to be a very insightful debate. We'll learn a lot about what we should be doing and are not doing well now. But that debate does not permit us to sleep, permit us to continue business as usual, permit us to say we can wait for tomorrow to decide whether to adopt a new ethical framework. We're in the middle of the crisis, the middle of the war on nature. It's become very clear to us that we must now make new decisions and have new paradigms. So building those new paradigms, as the symposium has indicated, is both a top-down process and a bottom-up process. And the two must meet, and they must be synthesized and integrated together. They will nudge each other. They will push each other. So when we see the judiciary undertaking lawsuits and making decisions based on individuals claiming their climate rights have been denied, this is quite a positive development, it seems to me, because it forces the chambers of commerce, the ministries of the environment, the ministries of foreign affairs, all to say, well, the court has found some new obligation that we must begin to adhere to. Similarly, when we negotiate a new treaty, like the plastics treaty that is underway through the UN Environment Program now, to contain the massive pollution and the corruption of life on Earth through the misuse of plastics and their waste. Plastics has been a good thing in many respects, but we have been profligate in destroying our planet with plastic. We should have known better. And now it's rather too late to reclaim all the plastic, but we can stop the escalating crisis and we can begin to reclaim the waste so it doesn't continue to corrupt and pollute and contaminate the living systems around the planet. Those living systems, by the way, include you and me, because as we eat fish or other species that have bioaccumulated plastics, they go into us. Similarly, scientists have found that microplastics are in the deepest trenches of the oceans, and moreover, they are in the water vapor. So there are clouds that have plastic chemical signatures, and when the rain comes, the plastic comes with the rain. These are horrible visions to project, but they are the real ones. They are the ones that we have created. We own them, and therefore we must begin to work to solve these problems. So nature, if we put nature in the forefront, humans grew up in nature. Humans have developed through nature. Nature has been bountiful and supplied us with vast amounts of resources, both spiritual and in terms of the arts, as well as physical in terms of fibers and minerals. But when we look at nature first, we change our human vision. We're not looking at just the production of a raw material. We're not looking just at the economy. We're taking a holistic view, a fully integrated view of nature itself as we love it. Because as Dr. Edward L. Wilson from Harvard wrote in his book Biophilia, humans have an innate instinctive love for nature. When we celebrate nature and change our laws to put nature first, to put nature as a primary objective, then we behave differently toward nature. The elements of nature are part of us. They are us. They are our relatives. They are our family. If we do not respect nature, we are disrespecting ourselves. So there's some strategic and tactical and ethical value in putting nature first. And that's what I like about the project that UC3M has put forward with ICEL to do research on nature-based solutions, on nature ethical frameworks on making peace with nature. This nature-based approach really was something that began in 1948 with the International Union for the Conservation of Nature deciding to be an organization called for nature. It wasn't called for the rational use of natural resources. It was called for nature. And so when the process of implementing that vision takes place, there are these scientific commissions in IUCN. The commission, the Species Survival Commission that studies species in danger of extinction. The Protected Areas Commission that helps us in our campaign to set aside 30% of the planet by 2030 in protected areas. These are all very important scientific and academic and research-oriented ways of advancing our regard for nature and our care for nature. And this is true of the World Commission on Environmental Law. You've heard Dr. Christina Voigt as the chair of that. You've heard Justice Antonio Benjamin, a former chair of it. I was privileged to chair this commission, Dr. Parvez Hassan and others. It's a very important commission, and it was started by Dr. Wolfgang Borhany, who was also its chair for many years, and was one of the key founders for the International Council of Environmental Law. The work on environmental law, on ecological law, has been building around the world. It's a great pleasure to see it so strong at Universidad Carlos III de Madrid. I look forward to returning in the new year, in 2024, to Madrid to work in person, not just online video, on this mission to build the role of ecological law in our universities, in our societies, all around the world. So I thank you very much. Muchas gracias. I wish you all a wonderful success with your work. Pass the baton back to you.
Thank you very much, Professor Robinson. It's a pity that you cannot share with us these moments in person. And we are very grateful for your work, and thank you all attendees and speakers. And I think that the threshold of this symposium has been very, very high. Thank you all on behalf of Laura Carballo, Joaquín Alcaide, ICEL, and all the organizing committee. Thank you, you all.